Chapter 654. Jiang Xi even learned from the conversation that the Dream Origin Realm was only one of the forces under the Deity King. It was mainly used to train the army and train the strong ones. Only the real elite warriors would be summoned by the Deity King to leave the Dream Origin Realm and fight for the Deity King. Fighting for the Deity King was the ultimate goal of every living being in the Dream Origin Realm. However, the Deity King had not brought the elite warriors from the Dream Origin Realm for a long time. This information reminded Jiang Xi of the Primordial Realm army that fought in the final path. The Dream Origin Realm might have been the military base of one of the Deity King in the Primordial Realm. It was used to train elite warriors. However, the Primordial Realm army had been defeated and the Deity King had fallen. Naturally, they would not summon warriors from this world. As for the Dream Origin Realm, it was still cultivating warriors in accordance with the rules set by the Deity King over the endless years. Therefore, countless tribes would call their people warriors. Every once in a while, a portion of the Dao monarch level warriors would be taken away to join the army according to the ratio. Only after staying in the army for a long time could they retire and regain their freedom. If they did not escape from the army, they would be hunted down by the entire Dream Origin Realm. The army was the strongest force in the Dream Origin Realm. There were a lot of treasures there. For example, the extremely precious 7th level treasures in the Chaos Sea were only standard equipment for heavenly venerable level warriors in the army. At the same time, the army had a lot of inheritance guidance that could help them cultivate to a higher level. However, the elimination rate in the army was very high. Elimination meant death. It would be good if 5 out of 100 warriors who joined the Dream Origin Realm army could retire alive. It was very cruel. The Dream Origin Realm army had many benefits, but it was also the scariest part of this world. Because 99% of the Dao monarchs, heavenly venerables, and eternal supremes in this world were gathered in the army, it could be said that the true core secret of this world was only in the army. Therefore, Jiang Xi had to join the army. Over there, he could cultivate to heavenly venerable level faster, or even eternal supremes. Only by fighting with stronger people in the army can I become stronger, River Word said to Tai Yang with a smile, portraying himself as a traveler who liked to fight. You want to join the army? Tai Yang also excitedly roared, just you wait, my tribe will soon have a group of warriors to join the army. I'll go as well, and we'll go together. Oh! Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, all right, let's go together then. Following that, he continued to wait in the Timing tribe. However, Tai Yang's so-called very soon was actually half a year's time. Universe 4, Heavenly Mountain and Diagram. The human leaders were gathering here to discuss how to deal with the new Dream Origin Realm. As more and more Dao Lords arrived, the atmosphere grew quite lively. I heard that there are eternal supremes in the Dream Origin Realm. Also, it's said that there are many supreme treasures there. 7th grade supreme treasures are just standard equipment for the army. Jiang Xi, are there a lot of Empireans there? Everyone asked excitedly and expectantly. Because only Jiang Xi was involved in the Dream Origin Realm, the others didn't know the situation there. Whoosh! When Celestial Venerable Ming and Dao Lord 9 Firmaments appeared, the Dao Lords who were still discussing quietened down. In front of the long table, Celestial Venerable Ming sat on a black throne at one end. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments sat on the left while Jiang Xi sat on the right. Everyone. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments, who was usually in charge of the human affairs, spoke first. The Dream Origin Realm has appeared for more than half a year. Although Jiang Xi is the only one involved in the Dream Origin Realm. However, many of the human experts in the Universe 4 have also been involved in the Dream Origin Realm. Therefore, we have gathered a lot of information. Together with the information exchange with the other forces in the Chaos Sea, we have a basic understanding of the Dream Origin Realm. Today, I will explain to all of you how to deal with the Dream Origin Realm in the future. The Dream Origin Realm is extremely powerful, but in reality, it should only be considered a corner of the Upper Realm civilization, which is the Primordial Realm civilization, or something else. What we can be sure of is that although the Dream Origin Realm is powerful, the native living beings can only live in the Dream Origin Realm forever. They can't walk out alive. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at everyone and then smiled. That's why we're the main characters now. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Actually, when he first entered the Dream Origin realm, he did feel the invisible pressure in his heart. But now, he felt relieved after hearing it. Cage. These two words were very suitable for the state of the Dream Origin realm. That world was indeed a huge cage. No matter how powerful the experts were, they could not walk out and enter the Chaos Sea. No matter how powerful the Dream Origin realm was, they, the outsiders who entered from the Chaos Sea, were the main characters. Although the Dream Origin realm is not comparable to the real Primordial Realm civilization, it is definitely much more powerful than the Chaos Sea. To living beings like us who live in the Chaos Sea, there are great opportunities and also great challenges there. The rules of heaven and earth there allow the existence of eternal supremes. There are even super experts who are stronger than eternal supremes. As long as we can cultivate eternity there, we will not be afraid of the calamity in the Chaos Sea. From another point of view, the Dream Origin realm is a base for cultivating elite warriors. The entire world is filled with battles. The core of their power is the army, an army that belongs to a certain deity king. Those armies are carrying out cruel screening and elimination. Once you enter, you will temporarily lose your freedom and have to obey military orders. You will have to go through all kinds of cruel screening. The death rate is extremely high. More than 200 heavenly venerables and Tao lords were involved in the first batch of Chaos Sea. However, according to the news I received not long ago, more than 120 of them have already perished. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a solemn expression. So many. That world is actually so dangerous. Previously, those who dared to explore the ruins of myriad worlds were all top experts. Most of them were universe realm Tao lords. Many of the upper echelons of the human race were shocked. Even Jiang Xi was surprised. Before the upper echelon meeting, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not reveal this information when he talked to him. Yes. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and continued, there are many tribes in the Dream Origin realm. Other than the countless ancient tribes, there are many special ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Walking in the wilderness is very easy to be attacked. Those indigenous living beings know the safe route, but outsiders like us do not. So in just half a year, more than half of them have died. Moreover, so many of them have died before entering the army. If they enter the army, it is said that more than 95% of them will be eliminated. Only the army in the Dream Origin realm has detailed cultivation guidance above the eternal level. But based on the death rate, it can be determined that even if all the experts in the Chaos Sea enter, it will be difficult for even one of us to surpass the limit of celestial venerables and reach the eternal level. After Tao Lord Nine Firmaments finished speaking, the upper echelons of the human race fell silent. Originally, they were very eager to enter the Dream Origin realm immediately. Now, it was like a basin of cold water was poured over their heads. So many had died before entering the army. Once they entered the army and became celestial venerables, another batch would be eliminated. And the cultivation guidance from celestial venerables to the eternal level would not be easily imparted by the army. One could imagine the high elimination rate. It was very cruel. Jiang Xi was also silent. It was very difficult for others, but he was very confident. Because he had the experience points panel and the 8 clouds inheritance. However, the cultivation information behind the 8 clouds inheritance could only be seen by the original body in the Dream Origin realm. His avatar was still limited by the laws of heaven and earth in the Chaos Sea and could not see the information. Therefore, he could not impart the higher cultivation inheritance to the upper echelons of the human race. While everyone was silent, Ming Ming suddenly smiled and said, reaching the eternal level is an extremely difficult thing. Perhaps among us, only Jiang Xi has the chance to do it. So, in my opinion, we might as well lower our goal and become celestial venerables first. As soon as he said that, the upper echelons of the human race nodded in realization. Yes, reaching the eternal level was not that easy. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were only 2 eternal supremes since the Calamity era. Those who could become celestial venerables were already the top existences in the Chaos Sea. Ming Ming smiled again and said, our human race already has 2 super inheritances, 8 Clouds Inheritance and Qingyuan Inheritance. One can reach Chaos Origin Immortal King and the other can reach Chaos Origin Immortal General. These 2 inheritances are probably the highest inheritances in the Dream Origin realm. The guidance to reach the Celestial Venerables is enough for us. Therefore, we don't have to take risks for the time being. We can wait and see. As time goes by, the secrets of the Dream Origin realm will gradually be revealed. Of course, if you really want to go, you can. But only when you have an avatar, you are allowed to take risk. Ming 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 finally warned with a serious look. That makes sense. Indeed, we need to be cautious. The upper echelons of the human race also calmed down and were not as fanatical as before. Although a real expert had to be fearless, he could not be too reckless and disregard his own life. Jiang Xi also nodded and agreed with Ming Ming Ming's words. After all, according to his experience in the past 6 months, there were no inheritances in the tribes of the Dream Origin realm. If one wanted to become an expert, he had to join the army. This was the iron law of the entire Dream Origin realm. Only the army would have profound inheritances above Celestial Venerables. Even if the tribal warriors obtained inheritances in the army, they would not dare to impart them in the tribe. As for joining the army, it was too dangerous. The deaths of the first batch of experts who were sucked into the Dream Origin realm was the best proof. The upper echelons of the human race were now awake. Inheritances. There were profound inheritances in the army and detailed guidance to reach the Eternal Realm. But could they survive the heavy screening of the army and survive to the end? Treasures. There were indeed many treasures in the army. Even level 7 treasures were only standard equipment for Celestial Venerables. But how many Celestial Venerables were there in the Chaos Sea? Only a little over 100. Even if all of them joined the army, according to the 90% elimination rate, only a little over a dozen could join the army. And then only for standard equipment. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. It was too cruel. No hurry. We can enter at any time. So what if the indigenous creatures in the Dream Origin realm are powerful? They will never come out. Those indigenous creatures don't know that their godly king is probably long gone. Now, the common view in the Chaos Sea was that the Dream Origin realm was a corner of the primordial realm civilization, or a universe created by the godly king. It was just like the miniature universe of Celestial Venerables, only bigger. All the superpowers in the Chaos Sea felt their own weakness. They could only tell themselves that they were the protagonists and the creatures inside were prisoners. They comforted themselves with this way of thinking so that they would not lose their mental balance. After all, they were all the top beings in the Chaos Sea. In the Dream Origin realm, they became the most ordinary experts. This kind of huge psychological gap was hard for every powerhouse to accept for a while. Dream Origin realm, Timing tribe. Mountain Sea, hurry up. We are leaving. Tai Yang shouted at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was saying goodbye to some friends he had made in the past 6 months. Then he followed Tai Yang to the gathering place. You must come back. Ah Lian, trust me. I will come back alive. I will come back. Don't come back until you become a Celestial Venerable. There were already many people at the gathering place. There were tens of thousands of people from the Timing tribe. Some of them were family members, some were friends, and some were children with expectant eyes. Even the children in the Dream Origin realm were no exception. They all wanted to join the army. However, the minimum requirement to join the army was to become a Tao Lord. Come up quickly. A Celestial Venerable in red armor roared. His armor was full of scars, as if it had gone through countless fierce battles. Above him, a crimson battleship was floating. The ancient battleship was emitting a powerful aura. Jiang Xi looked up. He had already recognized that it was a 7th-level flying true treasure. Uncle Tai Di made great contributions in the army, so he got a precious flying true treasure. With this battleship, we will be much safer on our way to the army. When I join the army, I want a powerful flying true treasure too. Tai Yang looked very excited. Our goal is too small. We should get something better than this. Jiang Xi said with a smile. Yes, something better. Tai Yang nodded excitedly. The Empyrean powerhouse who was gathering the tribe's warriors turned his head and slapped Tai Yang's shoulder, causing Tai Yang's body to tremble. Well said, Tai Yang. When you join the army, you must do better than me. You are one of the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Tai Ming tribe. Don't embarrass the Tai Ming tribe in the army. Celestial Venerable Tai Di said with a smile. Yes, Uncle Di. Tai Yang hurriedly responded. River Word, who was watching from the side, was shocked. Very strong. The Celestial Venerable Tai Di's slap had reached the limit of a Celestial Venerable. It was not much different from Celestial Venerable Ming. To be able to survive the cruel selection of the army and be rewarded, it was indeed not easy. Let's go. Get on the battleship. Tai Yang called out to Jiang Ci and the two of them entered the battleship together. The powerful warriors of the Tai Ming tribe also followed in. They were all filled with excitement and endless fighting spirit. Chapter 655. The warship's treasure space was simple and crude. Nearly 1,000 warriors of the Tai Ming tribe stood neatly in the space, each of them maintaining a height of 10,000 kilometers. Although some of them could reach a height of 100,000 kilometers, no one dared to act recklessly. This time, nearly 1,000 Daolord warriors of the Tai Ming tribe will join the White Flame Army. Tai Di stood at the front and said loudly, of course, apart from the warriors of my tribe, we'll also be going with an adventurous warrior, Shan Hai. Shan Hai is very powerful. I'm afraid none of you can match up to him. If any of you can match up to Shan Hai after joining the army, I'll give him this warship. Instantly, the warriors of the Tai Ming tribe looked at Jiang Ci, not concealing their desire to fight. Jiang Ci smiled. They were treating him as a benchmark. Although he had sparred with many Daolord warriors of the Tai Ming tribe in the past half a year, these thousands of warriors of the Tai Ming tribe had gathered here. However, there were close to 1,000 people in front of him. They came from various regions of the Tai Ming tribe. Many of them were people he had never seen before. Why are you staring at me? Tai Yang, who was standing beside Jiang Ci, shouted, even I'm no match for Shan Hai, let alone you. What? Tai Yang, even you are no match for Shan Hai? The warriors of the tribe, who were eager to fight Jiang Ci, looked at Jiang Ci in surprise and admiration. The people of the Dream Origin realm were simple and honest. They respected powerful beings. You want to challenge powerful beings? Tai Di looked at them and shouted, little guys, I'm not afraid to tell you. When I was still a Daolord warrior, nearly 1,000 of my tribe brothers joined the army. In the end, less than 30 of them came back alive. Only 3 of them became Celestial Venerables. I hope your batch is stronger than ours. Instantly, everyone quieted down. Although everyone knew that the military was cruel, they felt even more pressured after hearing Celestial Venerable Tai Di's words. Celestial Venerables? Not only do we want to become Celestial Venerables, but we also want to become eternal paragons and powerful beings like our tribe leader. Tai Yang shouted with fighting spirit. Eternal paragons! Eternal paragons! The other tribal warriors also began to roar. This was their dream, the cultivation goal of every tribal warrior. In the entire Tai Ming tribe, only the patriarch was an eternal paragon. That was the goal of countless tribal warriors. Jiang Ci listened silently from the side. His heart was also filled with fighting spirit. Eternal supremacy? That was also his cultivation goal. Heavenly Venerate Tai Di smiled and shouted, let's go. Boom. The ancient warship instantly accelerated and transformed into a stream of light, disappearing from the skies above the Tai Ming tribe. The Dream Origin realm was filled with boundless aura. Jiang Ci and nearly 1,000 Daolord warriors of the Tai Ming tribe, under the leadership of Celestial Lord Tai Di, rode the ancient warship, alternating between teleporting and flying at high speeds. On the way, they had already encountered so many dangers, which made many soldiers who had not traveled in Dream Origin realm feel very curious about it. I've long heard that there are 3 eternal supremacy level beasts occupying the Kangming mountain range and leading a large number of beasts. Celestial Lord Tai Di looked below. Even the White Flame Army sometimes uses the beasts here to train their warriors. No wonder it's the famous Kangming mountain range. He sighed in amazement. Jiang Xi followed his gaze and looked below. This was an incomparably vast mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. It could even be counted in light years. Amidst the lingering clouds, beasts could be seen faintly in the mountain range. Many of the beasts' auras had reached the heavenly venerate level. This was a terrifying force that was 10 times stronger than the timing tribe. 3 eternal supremacies. Jiang Xi was shocked. He now had a clear understanding of the division of forces in Dream Origin Realm. There were 2 main forces in Dream Origin Realm. One was the tribal forces and the other was the beasts. Both forces were ruled by the army. The army was the true ruler of this world. However, in order to train the warriors, the army would still send some ordinary warriors to attack some beasts and tribal forces. Of course, this kind of training would only happen between Heavenly Venerate and Downlord level warriors. Eternal supremacies would not participate. This was the norm of the forces in Dream Origin Realm. It had lasted for many eras. Next, the ancient warship moved forward. What Jiang Xi saw and heard along the way was an eye-opener for him. He was amazed by the number of powerful creatures in Dream Origin Realm. Although he had a good understanding of Primordial Realm through the basic civilization inheritance in 8 Clouds Legacy, he knew that it was a world that was many times stronger than Dream Origin Realm. However, no matter how strong Primordial Realm was, his understanding of Primordial Realm only existed in written records. When he saw the strength of Dream Origin Realm with his own eyes, he was even more shocked. There are hundreds and thousands of Heavenly Venerates in Timing Tribe. There are probably more than 10,000 Heavenly Venerates in Kangming Mountain Range. Jiang Xi thought. There are countless tribes and beasts in Dream Origin Realm. How many Heavenly Venerate experts are there in the army? More than 90% of the experts in Dream Origin Realm were in the army. Due to the 7th rank flying treasure and the fact that Tai Di was an extreme Heavenly Venerate expert, they did not encounter any danger along the way. After traveling for about half a year, we are about to arrive at White Flame Army's camp. Tai Di looked at the distant horizon and shouted, "White Flame Army!" The warriors of the Timing Tribe also looked forward, their eyes full of fiery gazes. Riverward also looked over, only to see a boundless army camp in the distant horizon. It was like a giant beast crawling on the vast earth, faintly emitting a boundless pressure that spread throughout this space. As the warship moved forward, the pressure became stronger. White Flame Army's camp. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The army in Dream Origin Realm was divided into Mountain Shield Army, White Flame Army, Styx River Army, and Green Wind Army. There were 4 armies in total, corresponding to Earth, Fire, Water, and Wind. Although the 4 armies were loyal to His Majesty the Deity King, there was also competition among them. Green Wind and White Flame are the strongest. The energy of myriad worlds' ruins is formed by the fusion of wind and fire. Jiang Xi vaguely guessed something. It's huge. At this moment, the warriors in Timing Tribe exclaimed. As they got closer, they could feel the power of this army camp more clearly. It was too shocking. The army camp stretched as far as the eye could see. Warriors with spears and armors could be seen everywhere in the army camp. The weakest among them was a Dao Lord. The Dao Lord warriors in the army, except for the lack of flying treasures, their armors, soul armors, and weapons are all 6th rank. Jiang Xi was also shocked. How many 6th rank treasures did these warriors have? They are really strong. It seems that the Killer Shadow Sword is going to be upgraded. Before being sucked into Dream Origin Realm, he had used the Killer Shadow Sword to devour many treasures in the Qingyuan tribe's treasure space. Now, it had reached the peak of rank 8. The Killer Shadow Sword was a special kind of origin treasure embryo. It could be upgraded by devouring other treasures. However, as the level of the treasure increased, the number of treasures it needed to devour would also increase greatly. Naturally, it needed more treasures to upgrade from rank 8 to rank 9. Roar. A ferocious beast roared. Jiang Xi and the warriors of Timing Tribe looked over and saw an 8-legged ferocious beast in the long line below. It emitted an aura that was close to that of a celestial master. It was a half-step celestial master. Other than the tribal warriors, Ferocious beasts from the ferocious beast forces will also join the army. Jiang Xi was not surprised. About a quarter of the tribes and ferocious beast forces in Dream Origin Realm would send warriors to join the White Flame Army. With such a large number of warriors and the strict selection test, the warriors who wanted to join the army would line up in a long line every day. Boom, 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 boom. As the warship of Timing Tribe landed, 2 other flying treasures on the surrounding plains landed almost at the same time. Obviously, they were there to send warriors over. Come out, hurry up. Don't be slow. Hurry up. While Celestial Master Tai Di was scolding, nearly 1,000 warriors of Timing Tribe and Jiang Xi quickly arrived at the plains. Go over there and line up. Celestial Master Tai Di shouted, go line up and wait for the selection test. You little brats, don't fail the selection test. Under the leadership of Celestial Master Tai Di, who was familiar with the army, everything went smoothly. Jiang Xi and nearly 1,000 warriors of Timing Tribe soon arrived at the end of the long line. Uncle Di, how long will it take? Tai Yang could not help asking. Jiang Xi also looked ahead. The long line was crowded with people. To be exact, there were also many ferocious beasts in the line. The army ruled over the tribal forces and ferocious beasts. Both tribes and ferocious beasts could join the army. It seems that there are nearly 1 million people in the line now. Celestial Master Tai Di glanced at the line. Then, he said, based on the normal progress, it should be your turn in half a month. Wait, don't be anxious. Calm down and prepare. Don't underestimate the basic selection test to join the army. 2/3 of these nearly 1 million warriors will perish in the first round. Only 1/3 will be able to join the army in the end. Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. This was a terrifying elimination rate. 2/3 of the warriors had perished in the first round of selection. It must be understood that these were all Dao Lords. Hundreds of thousands of Dao Lords. How many eternal experience points can I get if I kill all of them? Jiang Xi was envious. Unfortunately, he could only watch and not eat. This was also the main reason he joined the army. The army would often send warriors to conquer some tribal forces and ferocious beasts. In these battles, he could openly earn eternal experience point. Don't embarrass Timing Tribe. Celestial Master Tai Di shouted one last time before leaving to communicate with other celestial venerables in the distance. Haha, Golden Surge Tribe, your warriors are here too. They are all in high spirits. Timing Tribe is not bad either. The celestial venerables chatted and laughed. They were not in a hurry to leave. They wanted to wait for the warriors in the tribe to finish their selection test and see the final results before leaving. Time passed. Warriors from various tribes and ferocious beasts from various ferocious beasts' territories were constantly undergoing a cruel selection test. Roars, howls, and cries could be heard from the front. Clearly, the selection test to join the army was extremely strict. Jiang Xi was also advancing with the team. Just as Celestial Master Tai Di had predicted, it was indeed his and Timing Tribe's turn after about half a month. Next batch of 4,000. All of you, come in. At the front of the team, a ferocious beast covered in crimson scales shouted coldly. The 4,000 warriors and ferocious beasts, including Jiang Xi and Timing Tribe, walked toward the huge stone arch at the front of the team under the guidance of 4 celestial venerables. Shanghai, kill with all your might later. If your performance is outstanding, you will have a chance to be selected into the special army. Tai Yang's eyes glowed red and were filled with crazy killing intent. Special army? Jiang Xi moved his eyes as he did not know much about it. White Flame Army is divided into many army groups. More than 99% of them are ordinary army groups. Among the 4,000 warriors in our batch, there might not even be one who can enter the special army group, Tai Yang explained. But you are very powerful, even more powerful than me. You might have a chance to enter. By the way, remember, when we enter, let's stay close to each other and take care of each other. Tai Yang grinned. After saying that, Jiang Xi, Tai Yang, and the 4,000 warriors entered the stone arch together. Boom. Instantly, space-time changed and they entered a vast and desolate land. The ground was covered with sand. Where are we? Jiang Xi immediately looked around. He could vaguely see that it was a desert with a radius of more than 100 million kilometers. Beyond that, there was only darkness. Even his spiritual sense could not detect it. This is the spacetime domain. The Dream Origin Realm's control of spacetime has reached a perfect level. It can turn illusion into reality, Jiang Xi exclaimed in his heart. He and Tai Yang stood together. The 1,000 warriors of Tai Ming tribe also stood in position. Just as everyone was looking around, an invisible pressure suddenly descended and shrouded the entire desert. All the warriors and beasts looked up. They saw a three-eyed man in black tight armor looking down with his cold vertical pupils. Swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light were shot out from his vertical pupils. After the 2 rays of golden light landed in the desert, they curved and circled around the 4,000 warriors and beasts. One on the left and one on the right, the 4,000 warriors were divided into 2 groups. The 2,000 warriors and beasts on the left were shrouded in a layer of red light. The one on the right was shrouded in a layer of yellow light. The invisible pressure shrouded the 4,000 warriors and beasts in the desert, causing their hearts to palpitate. Even Jiang Xi felt a strong sense of danger. The pressure was not strong, but it was a kind of pressure that came from the life level. It was high and mighty, like a giant dragon overlooking ants. Jiang Xi and all the warriors and beasts understood that the three-eyed man had surpassed a celestial master. He was an eternal supreme who is not afraid of the calamity. Jiang Xi looked up. He finally saw a living eternal supreme with his own eyes. Chapter 656. In the spacetime domain, the desert with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was shrouded in darkness. 4,000 warriors and beasts were divided into 2 groups. You are divided into 2 groups. The three-eyed man looked down and said indifferently, kill each other and kill any opponent you see. When I ask you to stop, the last one alive will enter the army. If you have the strength, you can use it to your heart's content. If you have exceptional performance, you will have a chance to enter the special army. Let's begin, the three-eyed man shouted coldly. Then, he disappeared into the darkness. In the desolate desert, the warriors and beasts of the 2 groups were shrouded in a layer of red and yellow light respectively. At this moment, both sides were filled with strong killing intent. The creatures of the Dream Origin realm were born as warriors. They were not afraid of fighting and killing. Damn it! Tai Yang shouted angrily. Jiang Xi looked at the thousands of warriors from the Tai Ming tribe. Although they were together just now, there were still hundreds of them who were divided into the opposing group. No wonder Tai Yang asked me to stay close to him. Jiang Xi looked around again. Kill. 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 Roar. The warriors and beasts of the 2 groups roared. They turned into streaks of lightning and attacked the opposing group. The warriors of the Tai Ming tribe had a tacit understanding. They would not fight with their own tribe's warriors. Instead, they chose to fight with other tribes' warriors or beasts. Everyone tried their best to use their strongest skills to kill every enemy they saw. Special army? Jiang Xi's eyes flashed fiercely. He already had a goal for this army trip. Firstly, he wanted to use the opportunity of the army to kill the experts of the tribes and beasts to gain eternal experience points. Secondly, he wanted to collect a large number of treasures from the army for the killer shadow sword to devour. Thirdly, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Dream Origin realm. It would be best if he could obtain the core inheritance of the army. Since the Dream Origin realm was left behind by a God King, the army with the highest strength might have the inheritance of the God King. Although he already had the inheritance of the God King Ba Yun and the inheritance of the God General Qing Yuan, no expert would think that they had enough inheritances. A new inheritance represented a new way of thinking about cultivation. This would be the foundation for him to cultivate to a higher level in the future. However, if one were to join a normal army, it would be extremely difficult to accomplish these 3 goals. If he wanted to join, he would have to join the special forces. Just like the army on Earth, there were special forces tens of thousands of years ago. The humans of the Tao Alliance, for example, would hold a 9 Realms Genius tournament every once in a while to select geniuses for special training. It was the same in the Dream Origin realm. The army here held the highest authority. They selected the elites from the endless army and nurtured them. Elite warriors were naturally more likely to obtain better treasures, inheritances, and other benefits. Boom. Boom. Broken limbs and blood of some experts flew everywhere and then quickly merged back into one. The experts of the two camps were crazily killing each other. Kill. Jiang Ci wielded the slaughtering shadow sword and charged at the red light camp's warriors and dire beasts. Whenever he saw a red light, he would kill. The sword light formed a river, whistling as it swept out. The space-time of the Dream Origin world was extremely stable. Even though so many Dao Lords were fighting, there were no space-time ripples from the Chi-Gatherer realm. The living beings of the Dream Origin world have been fighting since birth. Coupled with the complete inheritance and cultivation system, the experts here are generally stronger than the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. Jiang Ci thought to himself. He could tell at a glance that the warriors and dire beasts were at least Eon Realm Dao Lords, but their actual combat strength was at Universe Realm Dao Lords. In other words, including him, these 4,000 warriors and dire beasts were all top-notch Dao Lords. Even Tai Yang was covered in grey light. Every punch and claw had surpassed the limit of a Dao Lord and reached the level of a half-step heavenly venerable. As a genius of the Timing tribe, Tai Yang had a Tier 7 armor treasure. Kill. Kill. In a group battle, if one was not careful, the experts of the opposing camp would attack. This made the battle even crazier. However, they were all top-notch Dao Lords. It was difficult to kill them in one blow. Because experts of this level fought very quickly, it was normal for 2/3 of them to die in 10 to 20 minutes. Therefore, those who were weaker were very vigilant. They wanted to stall for time and wait for the three-eyed man to stop. Then, they would succeed. Those who were weaker were cautious. Those who were stronger were fighting with all their strength. Especially the two who had Tier 7 treasures. They were showing their strength to the fullest. They wanted to perform better and fight for a chance to join the special army. These two were Tai Yang from the Yellow Light Camp and an 8-hooved dire beast from the Red Light Camp. They were both half-step heavenly venerables. Roar. The 8-hooved dire beast roared and charged at Tai Yang. Die. You're the one who deserves to die. Tai Yang roared and punched. Boom. Boom. The two exchanged a few blows. Tai Yang's head was hit by the dire beast's giant claw and he was sent flying. He immediately stood up and said in shock and anger, "Body explosion secret technique? My father is the master of the Crimson Swallow Wilderness. This is the secret body explosion secret technique of the Crimson Swallow Wilderness." The 8-hooved dire beast laughed. This made Tai Yang's expression turn even uglier. The body explosion secret technique could double or even increase one's strength by several times. He was no longer a match for the 8-hooved dire beast. In the distance, Jiang Ci pierced a warrior from the opposing camp with his sword. After seeing Tai Yang's battle, he shouted, "Tai Yang, let me do it." Boom. Jiang Ci charged at him like lightning. Okay. Tai Yang immediately retreated. In the short exchange just now, he had realized the power of the 8-hooved dire beast. The 8-hooved dire beast had a full set of Tier 7 treasures and had displayed the body explosion secret technique. Although there were rules in the army that forbade retired experts from imparting the inheritance of the army, it was not a rule if it was created by oneself. The Crimson Swallow Wilderness was a super force among the dire beast tribes. They had 9 eternal supremes. The leader of the Crimson Swallow Wilderness was a Grand Supreme. The so-called Grand Supreme was an existence that had reached the eternal limit. One step further and they would be a super expert in the chaotic prime realm. It could be said that the Crimson Swallow Wilderness was a big shot in the entire Dream Origin realm. Even if all the tribesmen of the Timing tribe went up to fight, they would not be able to defeat him with one hand. Die. The 8-hooved dire beast roared and charged at Jiang Ci. Body eruption secret technique? Riverward's expression was calm and relaxed. This was because the two ultimate techniques of the 8 Clouds inheritance, 8 lives and Cloud annihilation, targeted the body and the primordial spirit respectively. Among them, 8 lives attack was a secret technique that allowed one's body to explode. The 8-hooved dire beast could only increase the strength of his body by 2 to 3 times. However, the first level of 8 lives could already increase the strength of his body by 100 times. Now, he had cultivated to the second level. Although he had not perfected it, the degree of explosion was far more than 100 times. It was easy to deal with the 8-hooved dire beast. Jiang Xi's figure moved swiftly. Whoosh! He went behind the 8-hooved dire beast in an instant. Then, the killer shadow sword burst out with vigorous green sword light, completely entangling the 8-hooved dire beast. The first move of the Mountain Sea Sword Scriptures Heavenly Way Scroll, Life Reincarnation. Roar! The 8-hooved dire beast's body exploded and broke free from the green sword light. Although it was not injured, it consumed a lot of energy. The battle in the desert was very fierce. As time passed, warriors and beasts fell one after another. The craziest battle was undoubtedly between Jiang Xi and the 8-hooved dire beast. The 8-hooved dire beast had a set of 7th-level treasures and a body explosion secret technique. If not for Jiang Xi, it would definitely be the strongest candidate in this batch of candidate. Unfortunately, it met Jiang Xi. No matter how it exploded and attacked, it could not suppress Jiang Xi. You have less than half the energy in your body. You still want to fight me? Jiang Xi was also very crazy when he fought. His figure flashed like lightning and was terrifyingly fast. Of course, he did not need to use his full strength to deal with such a battle. After all, he was an outsider. If his performance was too eye-catching, it would be troublesome if he was noticed by the higher-ups in the army. Who knew if the Dream Origin Realm's attitude towards outsiders was friendly or hostile? Therefore, he only displayed the fighting strength of a half-step Heavenly Master. It was excellent, but not abnormally strong. Such strength was enough. Boom! The 8-hooved dire beast was sent flying by his sword. It smashed into the desert, causing sand to fly everywhere. More than half of the energy in its body was consumed, and its strength was 10 times weaker. It was no match for Jiang Xi at all. Stop! A powerful pressure instantly descended upon them. If the previous pressure was high and mighty, it was gentle and did not give off a strong sense of oppression. This time, it was as if a miniature universe was pressing down on them. Boom! All the Dao Lord level warriors and beasts who were fighting were crushed to the ground. Jiang Xi was no exception. Under the pressure of an eternal paragon, he could not resist at all. Is this the strength of an eternal paragon? It's just a thought. Jiang Xi was shocked. The three-eyed man walked down from the sky and looked at the last remaining warriors and beasts in the desert. At this moment, 981 of them were still alive. The others were all dead. You, and you. The three-eyed man pointed at Jiang Xi and the 8-hooved dire beast. Both of you, join the Great Yang Army. After saying that, he sank into the darkness again and disappeared. Haha, we survived. I joined the White Flame Army. That guy with the sword is too terrifying. He killed hundreds of warriors and beasts in the beginning. Fortunately, he fought with Tuji of the Great Yangkai Wilderness in the end. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. The surviving warriors and beasts were extremely excited. Only a few were sad for the death of their companions. This was because they had experienced too many of their companions dying in battle since they were young. Moreover, there was a legend in the Dream Origin Realm that death was reincarnation. Therefore, the living beings in the Dream Origin Realm had long been used to death. Now, they would only bless their companions and would not be too sad. After all, most experts were destined to die on the path of the strong. Only a few could walk to the end. Now, 2/3 of them had died just by joining the army. The elimination rate in the future would be even higher. Quick, quick, quick. Move faster. A huge stone arch appeared out of thin air in the desert. The 3 celestial venerables who had brought them in at the beginning were shouting loudly. The surviving warriors and beasts did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly left this space. After all, the next batch of screening was about to begin. Both of you. One of the celestial venerables looked at Jiang Xi and the 8-hooved beast. He said in a deep voice, "Come with me. I'll bring you to the Great Yang Army." Understood. Jiang Ci and the crippled eight-hooved beast replied in unison. Good luck, Shanhai. Tai Yang shouted. Good luck to you too. Jiang Ci waved his hand. Just like that, he parted ways with this friend whom he had known for almost a year. In the army, such separation was too common. An individual's will had to obey the collective's will. Tai Yang's strength was still far from the requirements to join the Great Yang Army. Although he was considered an elite, he was not a true genius. Naturally, he did not have the chance to join the Special Army. Perhaps, he might be recruited if he performed well in the future. However, at that time, it would not be the Great Yang Army anymore. It would be another special army. Jiang Ci and the eight-hooved beast followed behind the celestial venerables. They flew in the boundless military camp at almost the speed of light. There's a spatial restriction in the military camp. I can't exceed the speed of light, and I can't teleport, Jiang Ci thought to himself. At the same time, he checked his remaining experience points. Eternal experience points, 1,458 yuan. After cultivating in seclusion in the Qingyuan clan's treasure vault for 10,000 years, his experience points were almost depleted. In the previous battle, although he spent most of his time fighting Two Weasel, he still managed to kill over 100 warriors and ferocious beasts in the beginning. Many of the warriors and beasts who dared to participate in the selection were Universe Realm Dao Lords. In just one battle, he had earned more than 1,000 eternal experience points. I've earned so much in just one selection battle. What about the future? Jiang Ci was filled with anticipation. At this moment, a voice rang in Jiang Ci's ears. My name is Tu Itachi. I'm from the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. My father is the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Master, the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Master. Jiang Ci turned around and chuckled. I'm Shanhai. The four seas are my home. Oh. The eight-hooved beast, Tu Itachi, nodded. It also understood that in this vast dream origin realm, there were often tribal wars and murderous wars. Many tribesmen lost their homes and became wanderers. Of course, there were also those who were willing to wander around, in other words, travelers, using this as a way to hone themselves. You're very powerful, Tu Itachi praised. You're not bad yourself, Jiang Ci said with a smile. The White Flame Legion has many special legions. The Great Yang Legion is only one of them. Tu Itachi sent a voice transmission again. There are very few genius warriors who can be selected to join the special legions during the initial selection. Moreover, they'll be assigned to many legions. This will cause the Great Yang Legion to only have the two of us as recruits in a short time. As for new recruits, they'll usually be looked down upon by the veterans. Therefore, Shanhai, the two of us have to work together in the future. Work together? Jiang Ci raised an eyebrow. In the army, there's nothing but fighting, Tu Itachi said. Time and time again, those veterans who can enter the special legions are very talented. Moreover, they've long received the army's legacy. They've been cultivating and fighting for a long time. Moreover, they've been working together for a long time. They're definitely very powerful. If we don't work together, I'm afraid our days in the Great Yang Legion won't be easy. Jiang Ci blinked. He understood. Extremely powerful? That would depend on who he was compared to. With his current combat strength, only an eternal paragon could suppress him. No matter how powerful the Great Yang Legion's warriors were, could they be stronger than an eternal paragon? Chapter 657. The White Flame Army's camp was extremely vast. Jiang Ci and the eight-hooved beast, Tu Itachi, followed the heavenly venerate in red armor. They flew at light speed for a day before they arrived at a towering hall. The hall was bustling with activity. Warriors and beasts could be seen everywhere. All of them were extremely powerful and had a murderous aura about them. Both of you, wait here, the red-armored heavenly venerate shouted. Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi stopped outside the hall. They did not follow him. The red-armored heavenly venerate entered the hall alone. What's this place? Jiang Ci asked Tu Itachi, who was next to him. This eight-hooved beast had a strong background and knew more than him. He would not let go of such a good source of information. This is the White Flame Army's supply center. 2 Itachi shook his head smugly. Then, he smiled and said, the Great Yang Army's supply center should be here. Look, many warriors are coming in and out. They must be here to exchange for supplies. Exchange for supplies? Jiang Ci pretended to be surprised. That's right. 2 Itachi nodded and explained, all the warriors in the army are honed through battles. In these battles of life and death, a large number of warriors would fall. Naturally, that's for ordinary warriors. If the warriors of the Great Yang Army were to fight similarly dangerous battles, the chances of them dying would be lower. This is because the battles of our special corps are more dangerous than theirs. Similarly, our spoils of war are more valuable. We can exchange them for military credits. We can exchange them for supplies. The more military credits you have, the better your performance, and the more benefits you'll get. 2 Itachi's eyes shone brightly. You can even exchange for a squad of heavenly venerates as your personal guards. It's just that the amount of military merits required is also very frightening. Jiang Ci smiled. Personal guards of a heavenly venerate. Unfortunately, the natives of the Dream Origin realm could not leave. Once they left this world, they would definitely die. Therefore, what 2 Itachi was after was completely different from what he was after. What kind of military supplies are there? Riverward asked. Legacies, supreme treasures, and eternal shards. 2 Itachi sounded excited. Eternal shards. Jiang Ci was shocked. This was the first time he had heard this term from other experts. He had always thought that he was the only one who knew about this because it was converted from Eternal EXP through the interface. However, he did not expect 2 Itachi to know about it as well. He could even exchange for eternal shards at the White Flame Army's military supply center. Jiang Ci even suspected that many experts in Dream Origin realm knew about it. 2 Itachi smiled and explained, you are a wandering traveler, so you might not know about the existence of the Shard of Eternity. My father is the Scarlet Swallow Desolate Lord, an eternal great paragon. He once told me that the essence of eternity is actually the accumulation of eternity shards. Tao Lords and Celestial Exalts could use eternal shards to improve their power as well. However, exchanging for eternal shards requires far too many military credits. Ordinary Tao Lords and Celestial Exalts aren't able to afford it at all. Jiang Ci nodded. Killing a universe Tao Lord gave him 9 eternal experience points, which was equivalent to 9 eternal shards. Although one could exchange for eternal fragments at the military supply center, the amount of military credits required would be massive. Although everyone knows that there are eternal shards at the military supply center, there aren't many who have the strength to exchange for them, 2 Itachi said with a sigh. Jiang Ci kept this in mind. This was unexpected news, but it could also be considered an unexpected gain. His experience points panel required experience points. Eternal experience points and eternal shards could be exchanged through the panel. To him, this was very valuable. He could exchange for eternal shards at the military supply center and convert them into eternal experience points to improve his cultivation base, Tao techniques, and mystic techniques. This way, his strength would improve even faster. He's here. 2 Itachi suddenly looked at the entrance of the military supply hall. Jiang Ci looked over as well. The red-armored Heavenly Venerable walked out and waved his hand. 2 beams of light descended and landed in front of Jiang Ci and 2 Itachi. Although you are only Tao Lord warriors, you are entering the Great Yang Army. Therefore, your treatment is 1 level higher. You will receive a Tier 7 armor treasure, Great Yang Armor. This Great Yang Armor will allow you to live longer in life and death battles in the future, especially after you become a recruit. The red-armored Heavenly Venerable said expressionlessly. Jiang Ci looked at the Tier 7 armor treasure in his hand. He could not help but feel emotional. I've received a Tier 7 treasure just like that. It should be known that the appearance of a Tier 7 treasure in the Chaos Sea would cause bloodshed among the major factions apart from the 2 Holy Lands. Here, he had just joined the Great Yang Army of the White Flame Legion, and he had already received a Tier 7 treasure. Naturally, the ordinary soldiers of the White Flame Legion did not receive such treatment. They were given Tier 6 treasures. Hurry up and put them on. All soldiers of the Great Yang Army have to wear Great Yang armor, the red-armored Heavenly Venerable said coldly. Understood. Jiang Ci replied. It's not as good as mine, Tu Itachi said through voice transmission. Jiang Ci smiled inwardly. Others coveted Tier 7 treasures, but he and Tu Itachi did not care about them. For example, the black armor he wore was transformed from the Tier 9-7 mountain. It was only natural that it was a Tier 9 armor treasure. Tu Itachi's father was an eternal grand paragon. Although the armor he gave him was only a Tier 7 treasure, it was comparable to a Tier 8 treasure in certain aspects. Moreover, the Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord did not give Tu Itachi any good treasures to train his child. It's indeed too eye-catching for me to wear a Tier 9 treasure. Perhaps an eternal paragon who knows what's good for me will recognize me. I can wear this Great Yang armor whenever I want. Jiang Ci sent a strand of his spiritual sense to the Great Yang armor. It's easy to get it to recognize me as its master. Jiang Ci quickly succeeded in getting it to recognize him as its master. Swoosh! The Tier 9 black armor on his body vanished, and the Great Yang armor appeared on his body. It was a set of fiery red armor. From the helmet to the boots, it was fully equipped. Tu Itachi, who was standing next to him, had also put on the Great Yang armor. The fiery red armor on this 8-hooved beast looked rather ferocious. Following that, the two of them followed the red-armored Heavenly Venerate and set off again. Then, at a speed close to the speed of light, they flew through the military camp for a total of 3 days before finally arriving at a vast lake. There were islands on the lake. There were at least 10 million of them. The diameter of the entire lake was measured in light years. At a glance, one could see many silhouettes, each of them wearing fiery red battle armor. They're obviously warriors from the Great Yang Army, Jiang Ci thought to himself. At this moment, the red-armored Heavenly Venerate shouted at the lake, "These are the new recruits of the Great Yang Army. They're in the 4th Platoon's 3rd platoon." His voice reverberated in the boundless lake. After shouting, the red-armored Heavenly Venerate glanced at Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi. "I hope I'll see you again." Swoosh! Then, he turned into a streak of light and left. Soon after, figures flashed on the surface of the lake in the distance and flew toward them. They could not teleport in the military camp, but they could teleport in the lake. Soon enough, more than 20 figures teleported over and hovered in front of Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi. Some of them were humanoid while others looked like beasts. They sized up the two new recruits. Tu Itachi looked up and said loudly, "My father is the Wilderness Lord of the Great Yang Kai Wilderness. This is the army. Your father can't help you no matter how powerful he is." Among the 20 figures hovering in the air, a tall and burly man said with a stern expression, "Both of you, tell me your names and what you're good at." "I'm Tu Itachi. I'm good with my body. My body can stretch up to 10 million kilometers." Tu Itachi said confidently. Having a big body is an advantage." The burly man nodded. Then, he looked at Jiang Ci. "What about you?" "I'm Shanhai. I'm slightly stronger than Tu Itachi. I'm good with close-range combat. I'm more agile," Jiang Ci said calmly. The burly man had a pair of grey eyes. He scrutinized River Word and Tu Itachi before he said, "Your talents should be considered normal in the Great Yang Army. However, our 3rd squad will be going on an expedition in half a month's time. You're unlucky to encounter a disaster-grade mission as soon as you arrive." The burly man shook his head. A disaster-grade mission. Tu Itachi was shocked. Jiang Ci, on the other hand, looked at the 20 or so Great Yang Army soldiers in front of him thoughtfully. The burly man said, "I'm the captain of the 3rd squad of the Great Yang Army's 4th squad. This is all the military rules and common sense in the army. You can figure out what to do on your own. Don't disturb your teammates when they're cultivating." As he spoke, he tossed out 2 white jade slips. Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi caught them at the same time. "Go back and cultivate. Prepare for the mission," the burly man shouted. "Understood." Some of the soldiers replied loudly. Some of the soldiers ignored them. Clearly, this captain did not have enough authority. "Let me remind you that the disaster-grade mission is coming up soon. Both of you are unlucky. You should hurry up and receive the Great Yang Army's basic legacy. Learn as much as you can and increase your strength as much as you can. A crisp voice rang in the air. It was a woman who looked like an elf. Chengluan, do you really think these two newbies can survive this mission? They haven't received the basic legacy and haven't gone through enough training. How can they survive a disaster-grade mission? The soldiers shook their heads. Then, they teleported back to the islands on the lake. They did not bother to talk to Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi anymore. The captain and the elf woman exchanged a look. They did not say anything and teleported away. Only Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi were left in the air. It seems like we're unlucky. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. Tu Itachi, you know about the disaster-grade mission? Tu Itachi said angrily, we're not unlucky. We're extremely unlucky. A soldier's life in the army is tempered by countless battles of life and death. These battles were all expeditionary missions issued by the army to attack the territories of the tribes and ferocious beasts. Among these missions, there'll be an extremely dangerous mission every epoch. It's a disaster-grade mission. Every 10,000 epochs, there'll be an even more terrifying mission. It's called a reincarnation mission. A reincarnation mission? Jiang Ci was shocked. It means that encountering a mission like that is equivalent to being reincarnated, Tu Itachi said dejectedly. Jiang Ci nodded. The living beings in the Dream Origin realm treated death as reincarnation. However, based on what he heard, a reincarnation mission that appeared once every 10,000 epochs was quite dangerous. If we were in an ordinary army, we wouldn't have to be afraid even if it's a reincarnation mission. Tu Itachi sounded slightly anxious however. In a special army like the Great Yang Army, a normal mission is as dangerous as a normal army's reincarnation mission. As for a disaster-grade mission, it's a disaster for genius soldiers like us. A reincarnation mission is even more of a nightmare. Even the veteran soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles will die in such a mission. Tu Itachi sighed helplessly. Relatively speaking, the survival rate in an ordinary army is higher. Many Dao Lord soldiers have been honed in an ordinary army for a long time. Their strength has become very strong. In the end, they can survive a reincarnation mission. However, it's different in a special army. A disaster-grade mission can kill us recruits. Jiang Ci's expression changed slightly as well. Based on his understanding, out of 100 soldiers in an ordinary army, only 3 to 5 would survive and retire. Based on what Tu Itachi said, the survival rate of soldiers in a special army was even lower. It was no wonder the captain of Squad 3 and the veteran soldiers did not pay much attention to them. You two new recruits might not even be able to survive, so who would want to waste their time on you? It could only be said that the selection system set by the godly king of the Dream Origin realm was too cruel and crazy. Just like raising GU, it was only to select the strongest elite soldiers. Of course, although the missions in a special army are more dangerous, Tu Itachi's eyes were filled with madness. The legacies we can obtain are more precious. It's easier for us to obtain stronger treasures and eternal fragment. Almost all the Eternal Supremes in our Dream Origin realm were trained from the Special Corps. An ordinary army is destined to be ordinary for life. Tu Itachi's tone was filled with desire as he spoke. My father is the Wilderness Lord of Scarlet Swallow, the great eternal paragon. Of course, I want to be as strong as my father. I might even be stronger and become a divine general. Jiang Ci smiled but did not say anything. He felt that this eternal second generation was quite interesting. Let's go. We'll choose an island to stay on for the time being. Jiang Ci did not give Tu Itachi a chance to speak. Although the information in the jade slip given by the captain was complicated, it was not much. It introduced the general rules and general knowledge. With Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi's strength, they naturally grasped it easily according to the information in the jade slip. This lake was the Great Yang Army's camp. The Great Yang Army was divided into 4 brigades. They occupied the north, south, east, and west of the lake respectively. The 4th brigade that they were assigned to had a total of 9 squads. All of them were stationed in the northern district. Then, each team was given an area. In this area, They could choose any ownerless island to use as their own cultivation area. Boom! Jiang Xi immediately teleported to the 4th Brigade's 3rd Squad's camp and found an ownerless island. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a stone house on the island and set up a formation. Then, he settled down temporarily. Now, I've successfully joined the army and the special army. As long as I pass the so-called disaster level missions, I'll be able to obtain eternal EXP and military merits through the many expeditions. Then, I'll exchange for treasures, legacies, and eternal fragment. Jiang Xi's goal was clear. Of course, before that, I'll take a look at the Great Yang Army's basic legacies. Then, he teleported away. Chapter 658. The basic legacies of the Great Yang Army were on the island at the center of the lake. Swoosh! Riverward teleported twice in a row and arrived at this island from his residence. There were stone pillars on the island, and a jade scroll was placed on top of each stone pillar. At this moment, the 8-hooved beast, 2 Itachi, was receiving the legacies here. He had shrunk his body and was standing before a stone pillar. He held a jade slip in his hand and looked at it. Shanghai. 2 Itachi sensed the commotion and immediately opened his eyes. With a flash, he appeared before Jiang Xi. Why are you only here now? The disaster level mission is almost here, but you don't seem to be in a hurry. We have to hurry up and learn the basic legacies. 2 Itachi reminded Lu Ju. Although these are basic legacies, many of them can't be passed down to me by my father. They are very precious. For example, in an ordinary army, each legacy has to be exchanged with military merit points. Only special troops like us can obtain the basic inheritance for free as soon as we enter. However, the more profound ones have to be exchanged with military merit points. Hurry up. I'll continue comprehending them, 2 Itachi said. He did not say anything else and hastily looked at the jade slips on the stone pillars. Jiang Xi shook his head with a smile. Then, he looked at the stone pillars. There were 108 stone pillars on the island. Naturally, there were 108 basic legacy jade slips. It's too troublesome to check them one by one. With a thought, his spiritual consciousness spread out and seeped into each jade slip. Instantly, a large amount of information surged into his mind. Close combat, weapon refinement, nascent divinity, body, combined attacks. After categorizing them, the information of these inheritances shocked Riverward greatly. He had thought these basic legacies that could be obtained for free would be ordinary. However, after looking through them, he discovered that they were not simple. They were very practical. There were many combat techniques, combined attacks, body eruption secret techniques, nascent divinity eruption secret techniques, and so on. They were very helpful in increasing one's combat strength. However, these were only suitable for Universe Realm Downlords. There was nothing else. For example, the body eruption secret technique was only at the 1st tier. Even if he cultivated it to perfection, he could only increase his body's eruption by 3 times. If he wanted to obtain more legacies, he would have to exchange his military merit points at the Quartermaster Hall soon. Jiang Xi had memorized all 108 basic inheritances and made a comparison. Compared to the core inheritance of the 8 Clouds legacy, it was naturally much weaker. However, compared to the hundreds of millions of outer legacies of the 8 Clouds legacy, these 108 basic legacies were definitely the best. Compared to the basic stage of the Qingyuan inheritance, its value was not inferior. According to Jiang Xi's understanding of the primordial realm civilization, any powerful superheritage would not be easily imparted to the outside world. It was rarely circulated in the outside world. Therefore, every super inheritance that could be cultivated to the chaotic prime realm, even the lowest chaotic prime divine general level, was extremely rare. If there was a continuation to the basic inheritance of the Great Yang Army that he had obtained today, it would definitely be a super inheritance that could allow him to cultivate to the chaos origin divine general realm. However, Jiang Xi knew that if he wanted to obtain more information about this military inheritance, he would need a huge amount of merit points. I have the complete set of 8 Clouds legacy and Qingyuan legacy, so I don't really need the legacy of the army. Moreover, among these 108 basic inheritances, There are explosive mystic techniques for one's body and essence soul. After learning these, I can use the explosive techniques of 8 lives and cloud extinguisher. Although I can only reveal a very small part of them, it's enough to deal with many dangerous situations, Jiang Xi thought to himself. The Dream Origin Realm's control over legacies is very strict. If I directly use these 2 ultimate techniques, I might attract the army's attention. It will be troublesome then. This was one of the benefits he had obtained from obtaining the basic inheritance of the army. At the same time, in the human territory of the 4th universe, Jiang Xi's avatar and Tao Lord 9 Clouds met in the Skyspan Mountain River painting. Master, these are some of the basic inheritances I obtained from the White Flame Army. The explosive mystic techniques for one's body and essence soul, as well as some joint attack techniques, are very useful to us humans. Jiang Xi waved his hand and the 108 basic inheritances appeared. Explosive mystic techniques for one's body and essence soul? Tao Lord 9 Clouds immediately identified the 2 most valuable mystic techniques. Master, you have good eyesight. Such explosive techniques can only be created by super experts at the primordial chaos realm. They are very precious, said Jiang Xi with a smile. Then he solemnly exhorted, however, Master, you must remember that once you enter the Dream Origin realm, you must not use these special techniques that can only be created by super experts. Otherwise, you will be investigated by the army. If you are unable to explain the origins of these inheritances, your life might be in danger. The Dream Origin realm's control over legacies is very strict. I understand. Tao Lord 9 Clouds nodded and said, however, you have to be careful. According to the information I received, many factions have already sent the second batch of experts into the Dream Origin realm. However, the death rate is still very high. For example, the Heavenly Feather race of the First Universe had experts who entered the army. However, they were killed in the army camp after passing the selection test. There are very few Chaos Sea experts who can survive in the army. Jiang Xi smiled gently. Heavenly Feather race experts were killed in the army camp. How pitiful. According to his understanding of the military rules and common sense, the management of the ordinary armies in the Dream Origin realm was very lax. To be precise, it was deliberately done by the army's upper echelons. For example, in the Special Army, soldiers were forbidden from killing each other. There shouldn't be many experts in the entire Chaos Sea who can enter the Dream Origin realm who can join the Special Army, right? Jiang Xi thought to himself. This was his advantage and also his opportunity. After all, only in the Special Army could he have the opportunity to exchange for better legacies, supreme treasures, and eternal fragment. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Dream Origin Realm, White Flame Army, Great Yang Army's Downlord Army Camp, Basic Legacy Island. Shanghai, you will be accepting an army mission tomorrow. This is a disaster-level mission. You have been cultivating the basic legacy for half a month. Have you gained anything? 2 Itachi flew over from afar. I have mastered the mystic technique of the body and primordial spirit, said Jiang Xi casually. How long has it been? 2 Itachi was immediately shocked. Then, he sighed and said, that's right. You could easily defeat me without these explosive techniques. Your talent must be much higher than mine. It's normal for you to cultivate faster. Jiang Xi smiled. Let's go. Prepare well. The mission will be given tomorrow. I hope we can all return alive this time. 2 Itachi left the basic legacy island. Riverward did not stay any longer. He returned to his residence in the Great Yang Army. It was a quiet and secluded island. Late at night, he lay alone on the roof of the stone house. He looked at the night sky of the Dream Origin realm and waited silently. A disaster-level mission? I wonder how difficult it is, Jiang Xi thought to himself. It seems dangerous, but it's also a good opportunity for me to gain experience points and military merits. In the army camp, military merits were required for everything. Eating and waiting for death. Only death awaited him in the end. Other soldiers would exchange their military merits for treasures before each mission. For example, supreme treasures for escaping or some one-time use treasures that could unleash great power. However, Jiang Xi had just joined the army and did not have any military merits. He could not exchange them even if he wanted to. Naturally, he did not need to consider these. At the same time, in the Great Yang Army's quartermaster hall, "Captain, the 18 of us only have 320,000 military merits left. What should we exchange for? This is a once-in-a-epoch disaster-level mission. Captain, we have to exchange for more life-saving items." Outside the hall, Captain Inji of the 4th Brigade's 3rd Squad and a dozen other soldiers were discussing what to exchange for. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, another 7 figures arrived outside the hall. They looked at the captain and the others mockingly before entering the hall. This simple sentence infuriated Captain Inji and the other soldiers. "It's Quan Zhu and the others. A bunch of fanatics. Let's see how smug they are. I don't believe they can maintain their good luck this time. Captain, if you ask me, we should give them a taste of our own medicine at a critical moment in this mission." Many of the 18 soldiers were filled with killing intent. Soon enough, the night passed. "Assemble." A loud voice rang in the camp of the 4th Brigade's 3rd Squad. Jiang Xi opened his eyes. A divine light flashed in his eyes. "Is it starting?" Swoosh. He immediately teleported to the island of Legacy. The lake occupied by the Great Yang Army was huge. Every time they went on a mission, the assembly point would be at the island of Legacy at the center of the lake. "Mountain Sea, this way." Jiang Xi had just arrived at the island of Legacy when the 8-hooved beast, 2 Itachi, flew toward him from afar. 2 Itachi. Jiang Xi nodded. Then, he looked around the island and saw many soldiers had arrived. "Mountain Sea. I've asked around." 2 Itachi flew up to Jiang Xi and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. "There are 39 soldiers in our 3rd Squad, including the 2 of us. The original 37 soldiers aren't united. They're divided into 3 groups. One group is led by Captain Inji and has 18 soldiers. The other group is led by Cheng Luan and has 10 soldiers. The last group is led by Quan Zhu and has 9 soldiers. A single squad is divided into 3 groups." Jiang Xi looked at 2 Itachi in shock. 2 Itachi lived up to his name as the 2nd generation of the Eternal Era. He was good at gathering information. It seemed like 2 Itachi had been prepared before he joined the army. He had only joined the army for a short while, and yet, he was already familiar with his surroundings. In this aspect, he was inferior to 2 Itachi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Both of them quickly flew toward the island as they spoke. At this moment, more than 30 figures had gathered on the island. They were scattered all over the place. Jiang Xi looked at them briefly. Based on the way they were gathered, he could tell that they were divided into 3 groups. Captain Inji, whom he had met when he first arrived at the Great Yang Army, was a group. The kind-looking female elf, Cheng Luan, was a group. There was another group that seemed cold and crazy. The 9 soldiers were basically all beasts. When Jiang Xi and 2 Itachi arrived on the island, the soldiers of these 3 groups looked at them with hostile eyes. It was clear they were warning them not to get close. Both of them stood where they were and did not approach any of the groups. 2 Itachi transmitted his voice to them. "The captain is fair, and Cheng Luan is the kind-looking one. As for the 3-headed beast, Quan Zhu, he's a bloodthirsty and crazy fellow. The beasts in our group listen to him. If this were any other time, these 3 groups might try to rope in the 2 of us. However, we're about to embark on a disaster-level mission. We've never cooperated with them before, and we haven't practiced any joint attacks. Therefore, for the sake of their own lives, they won't let the new recruits join their groups at this time." Jiang Xi nodded. Everyone knew this. These 3 groups had been through countless life and death battles. Each group cooperated with each other very well. The warriors also knew each other's background. If they suddenly accepted new recruits, it would only disrupt their cooperation. Even the kind-looking Cheng Luan would not accept them. "Shanghai, 2 Itachi." Captain Inji looked at them and said indifferently, "You can only rely on yourselves in this disaster-level mission. Do you understand?" "Of course, we understand," 2 Itachi said in a deep voice. Jiang Xi only nodded. "Very good. Captain Inji did not say anything else. In his opinion, the two new recruits had not undergone enough training. They had only cultivated the basic inheritance for half a month. They did not even have enough military merits to exchange for life-saving items. When encountering such a disaster-level mission, unless they were extremely lucky, they were destined to die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One figure after another landed in the three small groups. Soon, the soldiers of the third group were all present. "Let's go and receive this mission," Captain Inji ordered. Whoosh. The three groups of the third group, plus the two new recruits, teleported away. Once they were outside the lake, they could only fly. This was a sinister hall that was completely black. There were many reliefs of experts carved on the walls. The 39 soldiers of the third squad had flown for nearly a day before arriving here. They had just approached the hall when, boom, a beam of light enveloped all the soldiers of the third group. Instantly, a voice sounded in their minds. It was like a spiritual transmission, transmitting the mission content to each soldier. Mission location: Kangming Mountain Range. Mission content: obtain 10,000 military merits. 1. Kill a Taoist Lord for 1 military merit. 2. Kill a First Step Heavenly Master for 100 military merit points. 3. Kill a Second Step Heavenly Master for 1,000 military merit points. 4. Kill a Third Step Heavenly Master for 10,000 military merit points. 5. Military merit points need a corpse as proof. Mission time must be completed within 10,000 years. Failure will be punished by military law. The mission description was very simple, but it made the soldiers of the third group change their expressions. Go to the Kangming Mountain Range to kill a Heavenly Master or a Taoist Lord. This is big trouble. 2. Itachi panicked. The Kangming Mountain Range. Although that place is not as good as my father's Red Swallow Wilderness, it is still a very powerful force in the Dream Origin realm. Although the three Eternal Supremes can't attack at will, the number of Heavenly Master level beasts there is terrifying. Who knows how many Taoist Lord level beasts there are? If we go there now, it's no different from suicide. 2. Itachi was really panicking. Before accepting the mission, he was quite confident. After all, he came from the Red Swallow Wilderness and his father was an Eternal Supremes. With this foundation, even if the disaster-level mission was difficult, he could survive it. But now that he knew the mission content, he broke down. Jiang Ci frowned. He was also a little worried. The Kangming Mountain Range was not a good place. Chapter 659. When Jiang Ci and the warriors from the Timing tribe came to the White Flame Army, they had passed through the Kangming Mountain Range. It was an incomparably vast and boundless mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. It could even be counted in light years. When he looked down at the mountain range from the warship, he could vaguely see many heavenly venerable level beasts in the mountain range that was shrouded in cloud. It was definitely a dangerous place that would make heavenly venerables tremble in fear. If it was a one-on-one battle without using the sky connecting tower, Jiang Ci was confident that he could kill a first step heavenly venerable. With some time, he could even kill a second step heavenly venerable. As for a third step heavenly venerable, he could not kill one unless he used the sky connecting tower. However, the current situation was to kill those heavenly venerables and Dao lords in the Kangming Mountain Range. In such a big place, those beasts would not be stupid enough to wait for them to kill. One could imagine that once the 39 Dao Lord warriors of the third squad started killing those beasts in the Kangming Mountain Range, the beasts in the Kangming Mountain Range could easily send out a team of heavenly venerable level beasts to wipe them out. What's worse is that the requirements of the mission are too crazy. I have to accumulate 10,000 military merit. Jiang Ci was speechless. In the eyes of the army, there is no difference between a desolate level Dao Lord and a cosmic level Dao Lord. Thus, even the simplest Daolord class wild beasts have to be killed, at least 10,000 of them. Dao Lords are the top existences in the Chaos Sea. However, in the Dream Origin world, they are the most common ordinary warriors. Whether it was tribal forces or dire beast forces, before these ordinary warriors joined the army, they would be protected. They might be able to kill 8 or 10 beasts in the Kangming Mountain Range. However, if they kill too many, they will attract the attention of the heavenly venerables. At that time, they will be in danger of being surrounded. If thousands of heavenly venerables really come, I won't be able to escape even with the sky connecting tower and the 8 clouds pavilion. This was what Jiang Ci was worried about. After all, the dream origin world was not the Chaos Sea. There were too many heavenly venerables here. As the saying went, there were as many as dogs. When he was wandering in the Chaos Sea, he had encountered many situations where he was surrounded by heavenly venerables. However, there were only a few heavenly venerables in the Chaos Sea. In total, there were only a little over 100. But in the dream origin realm, hundreds of celestial masters could be easily gathered. This is crazy. The only thing to be thankful for is that those eternal supremes won't take action during the army's mission. Otherwise, it would be suicide. There's no hope at all. Jiang Ci shook his head secretly. The army was the supreme ruler of the dream origin realm. All the tribes and beasts had to follow the army's orders. Under normal circumstances, when the army sent out a small team to attack a certain faction, the higher-ups of that faction would know that this small team was there to train. For example, their third squad posed no threat to the entire Tsangming mountain range. The 3 eternal supremes of the Tsangming mountain range definitely wouldn't intervene. As for the celestial exalts and downlords below them, there were no restrictions at all. The mission is indeed very difficult. If we fail, Jiang Ci frowned. If he failed, he would be punished by military law. There was only one word to describe it: death. He couldn't even escape. With the military's authority in the dream origin realm, as long as the military gave an order, all the tribes and ferocious beasts in the world would help the military to kill the target. Of course, there was also a condition. If they had 100,000 military credits, they could offset the punishment of failing the mission and save their lives. However, 100,000 military credits was not a small number. Among the old soldiers of the Great Yang Army, there were probably not many who had this amount of military credits. At the very least, the third squad of the 4 brigades that Jiang Ci was in did not have it. Moreover, if they had so many military credits, they would have raised their strength long ago. Who would keep them in their hands? The 39 warriors of the third squad were all standing outside the Black Evil Hall, and they were all silent. Every soldier felt the pressure from the depths of their hearts. Everyone is clear about the mission. Captain Yin Ji looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The mission has specified the location. In other words, the celestial exalts and downlords we have to kill must be from the Tsangming mountain range. When we return to submit the mission, the army will definitely contact the Tsangming mountain range to confirm whether our military credits are real. If the mission doesn't specify the Tsangming mountain range, we can easily kill those celestial exalts if we join forces. Then, we can kill them one by one. It'll only take us some time at most. However, now that the mission has been restricted to the Tsangming mountain range, we'll be surrounded by the celestial exalts and fierce beasts if we make a move there. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. We'll definitely die." The tall and burly Captain Yin Ji explained the pros and cons. Then, he looked at the soldiers and said solemnly, "That's why I think we have to join forces this time." Join forces? The 3-headed beast, Quan Zhu, sneered. He looked at Captain Yin Ji and the other 17 soldiers with a cold gaze. Then, he sneered and said, "Captain, may I ask if I dare to join forces with you? Back then, I was only a new recruit who participated in an ordinary mission. I tried to curry favor with you and followed behind you, but what happened in the end? You used me as bait. If it weren't for my strong self-preservation skills and the treasures left behind by my ancestors before I joined the army, I'm afraid I would have died on my first mission. A captain like you wants us to join forces with you?" After Quan Zhu finished speaking, the other 8 soldiers behind him also looked at Captain Yin Ji mockingly. Yin Ji roared, "In the army, strength speaks. Every soldier's strength is different, so naturally, their status is different. You were just a new recruit and didn't know anything. How can you blame me? This is a disaster-level mission. More than half of the soldiers will die. How many of you do you think will survive if the 9 of you work together? Captain, you don't have to worry about that." The 3-headed beast, Quan Zhu sneered. The 9 of us have lived and died together. We've already sworn that we're willing to hand our lives over to each other. As for you, H, we don't feel at ease leaving our lives in your hands. Hypocrite. Don't waste your time. Rope us in. I'm afraid you want to use us as cannon fodder at a critical moment again, right? The 8 soldiers behind Quan Zhu also roared. Quan Zhu looked at Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi and said indifferently, "You 2 recruits encountered a disaster-level mission as soon as you came in. Consider yourself unlucky. I'll give you a kind reminder. If Cheng Luan is willing to lead you, then it's fine. If it's this captain, then you have to be careful. He definitely wants to use you and send you to your death." Quan Zhu quickly finished speaking and finally laughed. "Haha, Captain, in order to not be used by you, we'll take our leave first." Then, he led the 8 dire beast warriors under his command to a dimensional whirlpool beside the black and sinister hall. It was a vortex channel specially created by the army's powerhouses. It could lead directly to the outside of the barracks. The 9 silhouettes instantly entered the vortex and disappeared. Captain Yin Ji's small group, the 18 soldiers, were naturally furious. They wanted to fight Quan Zhu just now but were stopped by their captain. "Cheng Luan, what about you?" Yin Ji looked at the elf girl. "No need." Cheng Luan smiled and shook her head. She refused without thinking. Moreover, she turned to look at Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi. "You 2 recruits, this is a disaster-level mission. I can't help you. However, it's a long journey from here to the Kangming mountain range. There are all kinds of dangers along the way. I have a rank 7 flying treasure. I can take you to the Kangming mountain range. We'll split up there." "Okay." Tu Itachi hurriedly replied. "Okay." Jiang Ci nodded. "Let's go," Cheng Luan ordered. She led the soldiers under her, as well as Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi. They flew towards the spatial vortex and left the barracks. In the end, only Captain Yin Ji's small group was left. Captain, don't worry about them. Without them, we can still complete this disaster-level mission," some soldiers said. The burly Captain Yin Ji looked at the spatial vortex and sneered. "Cheng Luan and Quan Zhu, how long have they been in the army? How many disaster-level missions have they completed? Do they really think every disaster-level mission is the same? This is the Kangming mountain range. As far as I know, not long ago, the Kangming mountain range had a huge battle with the Whirlpool Lake. Therefore, the alert level is greatly increased. If we want to survive this mission, we have to work together." Speaking up to here, Yin Ji shook his head. "Forget it. Since they are so confident, let's see how many of them will be left after this mission is over. Captain has survived a reincarnation-level mission. How can Cheng Luan and Quan Zhu compare to him? Yes, I'm afraid they won't be able to live to the next era." The soldiers under Yin Ji were filled with confidence. This was because their captain's strength was the undisputed number 1 in the 3rd squad. He had lived for a very long time. These soldiers knew that their captain was a little selfish. However, when they encountered some extremely dangerous missions, following such a captain might result in a few of them dying, but at the same time, a few of them would survive. However, following Cheng Luan and Quan Zhu might result in complete annihilation. "Let's go," Yin Ji ordered. "Yes." The soldiers replied. Whoosh. This group of soldiers quickly left. On the other side, Jiang Ci and the others passed through the spatial vortex and arrived in the air above a forest outside the White Flame Army camp. The female elf, Cheng Luan, waved her hand and took out a rank 7 flying ship. Then, she and her soldiers quickly entered the flying ship. Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi also followed closely behind. "It will take at least half a month to reach the Kangming mountain range from here. Everyone, prepare well," Cheng Luan said softly. Jiang Ci stood in the flying ship's space and looked down at the vast land below. He was not worried that Cheng Luan would have any bad intentions. If they were in the army camp, he would not dare to act rashly. However, now that they were out of the army camp, he did not have to worry so much. The strongest of these soldiers in front of him was only a half-step heavenly venerable. He could easily kill them. Therefore, He was at ease and boldly entered Cheng Luan's flying ship. At the same time, Jiang Xi followed Cheng Luan and the other soldiers to the Kangming mountain range. In the White Flame Army camp, outside an ordinary army's quartermaster hall. This is the quartermaster hall. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing, who had pointy ears and an extremely handsome appearance, looked up at the hall. Zhuo Qing, you've already received a Tier 7 armor treasure. Why are you still in the quartermaster hall? Another Heavenly Venerable asked curiously. Why do you care so much? Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing turned around and glared. Then, he said, wait for me. I'll go in and take a look. Then, he directly rushed into the quartermaster hall. Speaking of Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing, his experience along the way was quite legendary. Back then, he was the first Chaos Sea expert to be swept into the Dream Origin realm. As soon as he arrived, he encountered a second step Heavenly Venerable Ferocious Beast. He fought with that ferocious beast for a long time and learned the language of this world. But then, he was chased by a group of Heavenly Venerable Ferocious Beasts. Fortunately, his body was very strong. He was close to a half-step supreme. Relying on his strong body, he escaped that pursuit. Then, he roamed the Dream Origin realm. A Heavenly Venerable was already considered an expert in the Dream Origin realm. After all, Eternal Supremes were overlords here. Usually, they would stay in their lairs and not run around. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing, who was close to a half-step supreme, encountered many dangerous situations along the way. But under caution, he did not fall into any real danger. Instead, he got to know many Heavenly Venerables in the Dream Origin realm and gradually understood the general appearance of this world. Soon, he understood that the countless inheritances and treasures in the Dream Origin realm were gathered in the army. That was where the opportunities were. So, he joined the army. Although in the Dream Origin realm, it was basically Dao Lord level warriors who joined the army. But there were still some native living beings with high talent who could cultivate to Heavenly Venerable before joining the army. Such warriors were naturally more welcomed by the army. Correspondingly, the selection test to join the army was much simpler. Basically, only 2 or 3 Heavenly Venerables would be eliminated out of 10. And Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing was strong to begin with. He casually displayed some of his Heavenly Venerable strength and easily joined the army. He even obtained a Tier 7 armor treasure. If he was in the Chaos Sea in the past, he would naturally be overjoyed to obtain a Tier 7 treasure by chance. But now, it was only a Tier 7 treasure. How could he be satisfied? Therefore, he went straight to the Quartermaster Hall, wanting to obtain more opportunities. This Quartermaster Hall belonged to an ordinary army of the White Flame Army. After Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing entered, he felt a change in space-time, as if he had entered another world. This looks like what Red Lotus told me before. Eternal Supremacy's ability to turn the void into reality. To turn an illusory space-time domain into a real world. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing looked at the extremely realistic scene in front of him and exclaimed. He saw a very prosperous space-time in front of him. A large number of warriors were exchanging items here. There was a golden figure in front of each warrior. Just as Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing was wondering what those golden figures were doing, another golden figure flew in front of him. Heavenly Venerable Warrior, state your request. The golden figure looked at Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing expressionlessly. Only then did Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing realize that these golden figures were service staff. To be precise, they were similar to puppets. He thought for a moment and said, I would like to see the list of items that can be exchanged. Sure. The golden figure waved his hand. 3 scrolls were opened in front of Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing. Inheritance, treasure, eternal fragment. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He hurriedly opened the 3rd scroll. However, when he saw the information on it, his eyes widened and he smiled bitterly. What a loss. Chapter 660. Eternal Fragment, 100 military credits per piece, only available for special armies. That was what was written on the 3rd scroll. What a huge loss. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing wanted to roar at the sky to vent his frustration. His body was close to that of a half-step supreme, and he had once fought with Red Lotus Supreme. However, Red Lotus Supreme had succeeded in achieving eternity, and he hadn't managed to break through before the calamity arrived, so he was still a third-step celestial venerable. In the end, he had no choice but to rely on Red Lotus Supreme's eternal universe to achieve eternity. Although he hadn't achieved eternity, he was the only one in the entire primordial realm Chaos Sea who understood eternity apart from the two supreme beings. Of course, this didn't include Jiang Ci. If he did, the two supreme beings wouldn't be a match for Jiang Ci. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing knew the importance of eternal fragments to eternity, and he also knew that celestial venerables and Dao lords could use them to improve their cultivation. However, even eternal supreme beings couldn't bestow such things to others. Therefore, in the entire Chaos Sea, he had never heard of an ownerless eternal fragment being circulated. Now, he saw it in the army of Dream Origin Sector. When he saw the words on the scroll, Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing was overjoyed. However, when he saw the exchange conditions, he could only smile bitterly. Why should I join an ordinary army? Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing was depressed. His body was close to that of a half-step supreme. With such strength, he could easily join the special army if he performed well during the selection process. However, he was worried that if he performed too well, he might be noticed by the upper echelons of the army and risk being exposed. After all, he was an outsider. Once his identity was exposed, he would be in danger. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing deliberately suppressed his strength when he joined the army, only displaying the strength of a first-step celestial venerable. If I knew there were eternal fragments, I would have joined the special army. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing smiled bitterly. It's not too late. If I perform well enough in an ordinary army, I can also join the special army. With my strength, it won't be difficult. He was full of anticipation. His miniature universe had been destroyed by the calamity, and he had long given up on the idea of achieving eternity. Now, when he saw that there were ownerless eternal fragments available for exchange, that idea started to beat in his heart. Perhaps he could find a way to achieve eternity in Dream Origin Sector, even without a miniature universe. The Kangming mountain range was an incomparably vast mountain range. There were countless ferocious beast experts entrenched here. It was a very powerful ferocious beast force. At this moment, in the outermost region of the Kangming mountain range, whoosh! A black seventh order flying boat appeared out of thin air in a dense forest at the outermost periphery. Then, one figure after another flew out, and the flying ship disappeared. It was the small group of Jiang Ci, Tu Itachi, and Cheng Luan. After everyone came out, they were very vigilant and carefully observed their surroundings. We have arrived at the Kangming mountain range. Cheng Luan looked at everyone. Shanhai, Tuji, let's part ways here. I wish you two good luck. The other warriors also looked at Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi and gave their blessings. Thanks a lot, Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi said. Among the three groups in the third squad, the one that the two of them liked the most was Cheng Luan's group. However, this was a disaster-level mission, so it was normal for the other party to not bring them along. The two of them would not complain about anything. Let's go. Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi transformed into streams of light and quietly flew into the forest. Teleportation would cause spatial fluctuations, and they might be noticed by the ferocious beasts in the mountain range. Therefore, they were very careful and only flew forward. Cheng Luan and the other warriors watched as Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi left. The two recruits have already left. It's time for us to take action. Cheng Luan looked around. Clouds lingered as the roars of beasts could be heard from afar. Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi, the two pitiful recruits, were at the outermost periphery of the Kangming mountain range. They were carefully hiding in a lush bush. Back in the great Yangkai wilderness, I could do whatever I wanted. No one dared to provoke me, but after coming to the Kangming mountain range, it's like this. Tu Itachi growled unwillingly. Jiang Ci smiled and shook his head. This eternal second generation. Don't think about such useless things. We have to at least survive this mission. If we don't complete the mission, your father won't be able to save you. Jiang Ci said. Tu Itachi nodded and asked, then what do you think we should do now? 10,000 military credits. There are many fierce beasts in the Kangming mountain range, but once we start fighting, we will definitely be discovered. With our strength, the two of us can't even kill a first-step Empyrean, let alone complete the 10,000 military credit. Jiang Xi also frowned. Killing a first-step Empyrean was only 100 military credits. Did he really have to kill 100 first-step Empyreans? With his strength, he could indeed easily kill a first-step Empyrean. But in this environment, the fierce beasts in the Kangming mountain range might not give him the chance to kill 100 first-step Empyreans. Mountain Sea, do you have any ideas? Tu Itachi was very impatient. What's the rush? Jiang Xi shouted. The mission's duration is 10,000 years. We have enough time to slowly search for an opportunity. The time is quite long, but I still can't think of a way to complete the mission. Tu Itachi was dejected. Tu Itachi. Jiang Xi looked at the eight-hooved fierce beast and said, "If you listen to me during this mission, we will move together. If you don't, then we will move alone." Tu Itachi's eyes lit up. "You have a way. As long as you have a way to let us live, I will do whatever you want me to do. Of course, I won't do it if you want me to die. We can think of a way. Right now, we need to understand the situation in the outermost area of the Kangming mountain range. Only then can we search for an opportunity. If we don't even understand the situation and start making plans, that would be stupid," Jiang Xi said. Tu Itachi nodded repeatedly. "Let's go," Jiang Xi shouted. In the following days, Jiang Xi brought Tu Itachi to the outskirts of the Kangming mountain range and began to secretly investigate. Everything was done with caution. They had to understand the situation first before looking for an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled in the mountains. Two figures that had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust were hiding in the bushes. It was Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi. About 1,000,000 kilometers away, dozens of figures were engaged in a chaotic battle. Every one of them had the aura of a Tao Lord. "Trash from the Maelstrom tribe. You lost last time, and now you dare to attack us. Roar. Everyone, attack together and kill the trash from the Maelstrom tribe." A giant beast covered in scales roared. Next to it were 12 other beasts that looked similar to it. Roar. Kill these trash. Trash from the Maelstrom tribe. The group of beasts roared and charged at the group of muscular tribal warriors. The tribal warriors looked similar to humans, but they looked extremely barbaric. They all held huge axes and hammers and roared. "Last time, you lost in the Kangming mountain range. Our Maelstrom tribe won. Brothers, kill these beasts. Kill." Nearly 20 tribal warriors were all laughing wildly, looking extremely barbaric. They were fast and powerful, and they fought the beasts one after another. Suddenly, the space around them started to tremble. Turbulent energy formed a tide that wreaked havoc in the forest. The tribal warriors had the advantage in numbers, while the beasts had the advantage in numbers. It was hard to determine a winner in a short time. "They're fighting each other in the mountain sea." Tu Itachi looked carefully and transmitted his voice. "Moreover, they don't have grade 7 armor treasures. This kind of battle will consume their energy quickly. I think it won't be long before someone dies. We can wait here and snatch the corpses of those vicious beasts." This disaster-level mission was to use the bodies as proof of military merit. Therefore, they didn't have to kill the beasts themselves. As long as they had the bodies of the beasts in the Kangming mountain range, it would be fine. "Don't worry." Jiang Xi frowned and transmitted his voice. "We've been exploring the Kangming mountain range for so long, and we haven't gotten any military merit." Tu Itachi was very anxious. "Don't worry. Think about it. We've been exploring the Kangming mountain range for so long, and we've found 3 battles." Jiang Xi transmitted his voice again. "The Kangming mountain range occupies a vast area, and we've only explored a little. We've already found 3 battles. How many battles are there in the Kangming mountain range?" Jiang Xi was very calm. Tu Itachi was stunned. He thought carefully and said, "Tens of thousands." After saying this, he turned pale with fright and realized that something was wrong. Jiang Xi continued, "Moreover, You should have noticed that the other beasts in the Kangming mountain range must have sensed the huge commotion, but none of them came to help. We didn't hear the Maelstrom tribe's name in the previous 2 battles. What kind of power do you think the Maelstrom tribe is? The Maelstrom tribe. 2 Itachi understood and explained, the Maelstrom tribe is located in the Maelstrom Lake. It's a very powerful tribe very close to the Kangming mountain range. The Kangming mountain range is led by 3 eternal sovereigns. The Maelstrom tribe is led by 4 eternal sovereigns, while the Maelstrom tribe is led by 4 eternal sovereigns. However, because these 2 forces were too big, they rarely fought and killed each other. After all, once a war breaks out, both sides will suffer great losses. No matter which side wins, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. Jiang Xi listened and nodded. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he asked, if these 2 powers aren't at war, will there be so many warriors and beasts fighting each other? No. 2 Itachi immediately denied it. If there's no war, they'll restrain their warriors and prevent them from starting a war. Jiang Xi laughed and confirmed his guess. But now we've encountered 3 battles in a row. This means that the Kangming mountain range and the Maelstrom tribe are at war. Perhaps this is the time when both sides are resting. That's why these Tao monarch warriors and beasts are fighting each other. What do you mean? 2 Itachi asked. Since they're at war, let's think of a way to make the celestial venerables of both sides fight each other. Then we'll take the opportunity to collect the corpses, Jiang Xi said. Make the celestial venerables fight each other? That's too difficult. 2 Itachi shook his head. It's indeed difficult to make a large group of celestial venerables fight each other, but it's possible to make individual celestial venerables fight each other. Jiang Xi smiled. He already had a plan. Listen to me. Follow me. Then, Jiang Xi led 2 Itachi through the bushes and headed to another place. The borders of the Azure Wave Mountains. Groups of Daolord warriors and wild beasts were engaged in small skirmishes here, and there neither side had any celestial venerables. For these 2 organizations, these Daolord battles were a form of tempering for their own Daolords before the true end war. The celestial venerables would not easily intervene. After all, celestial venerables were the backbone of any force in the Dream Origin realm. Kill. Kill. Burly tribal warriors stomped on the ground and charged towards the beasts. All of them were Tao monarchs. If they were in the Chaos Sea, they would definitely be the pillars of the various tribes. However, in the Dream Origin realm, Tao monarchs were the most ordinary existences. Moreover, only a place like this could easily withstand a battle of this level. So many Tao monarchs were fighting each other, but the space was so stable that there were no signs of cracks. If they were in the Chaos Sea, the void would have exploded long ago. Boom. A Daolord-level tribal warrior swung an enormous warhammer, smashing a wild beast flying backwards. In the next moment, another beast pounced on him and knocked him to the ground. The beast's fangs glinted coldly as it tried to tear the warrior's body apart. Crack. Then, a giant axe fell and chopped off the beast's head. It was a chaotic battle. The tribal warriors and beasts in this area were fighting each other ferociously. Retreat. Tribe ancestor orders us to retreat immediately. The warriors of the Whirlpool tribe suddenly received the order to retreat. They did not continue fighting and obeyed the order. A group of tribal warriors retreated as they fought. Then, they entered a warship and quickly left this area. Only a group of beasts were left, roaring in anger. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Tribe ancestor orders us to retreat. Almost at the same time, in the outermost area of the Kangming mountain range, the tribal warriors who were fighting or hiding somewhere all received the order to retreat. These tribal warriors quickly retreated and left the Kangming mountain range. Strange. Jiang Xi, who was quietly moving forward, suddenly stopped. Why can't I see any of the Whirlpool tribe's experts? Yeah, it's too strange. It's as if they all disappeared. 2 Itachi was anxious. What should we do? How are we going to carry out your plan? How are we going to provoke them? Riverward frowned. This was an unexpected situation that he had not expected. According to his speculation, There were tens of thousands of small-scale daimonic battles in the outermost area of the Kangming mountain range. With so many daimonics, the Whirlpool tribe would send at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. And according to the degree of protection the Dream Origin plane gave their daimonics, there would definitely be heavenly venerables secretly guarding them to prevent any special situations from happening. Jiang Xi had sneaked in just now to find the heavenly venerables of the Whirlpool tribe. Not to mention heavenly venerables, we can't even see a daimonic now. If this continues, when can we complete the mission? 10,000 military credit. Tu Itachi was anxious and helpless. Clearly, he was very impatient. Cut the crap. Jiang Xi growled. This situation made him a little vexed. If the Whirlpool tribe really retreated and did not intend to start a war, his plan of benefiting from the conflict between the Sandpiper and the Clam could not be carried out. 10,000 military merits was a big problem for him. Chapter 661. Why aren't they fighting anymore? We found 6 battles between the Voidwell tribe and the Kangming mountain range. Why can't we find any of them now? More than 10 figures were hiding in the grass. The leader was the captain of the 3rd squad, Yin Ji. The others were naturally the warriors following him. They had encountered 6 battles before, and they had waited until the end before finding the right opportunity to fight for the treasures. They had even disguised themselves as warriors of the Voidwell tribe to kill the Dowlord beasts of the Kangming mountain range. There were too many warriors of the Voidwell tribe anyway. Many of the Dowlord warriors of the Voidwell tribe had never seen each other before, so they weren't afraid of being recognized. The beasts of the Kangming mountain range wouldn't be able to tell if they were from the Voidwell tribe. They looked like humans at first glance. Then they were from the Voidwell tribe. Kill. Captain, what should we do? Yeah, should we continue to disguise ourselves as warriors and kill the beasts of the Kangming mountain range? Some warriors couldn't help but ask their captain. Everyone was very anxious. Yin Ji's expression was indifferent, and he wasn't affected by this. He said in a low voice, "No, we haven't seen any Dowlord warriors of the Voidwell tribe for so long. It's very likely that they've all retreated. If we continue to disguise ourselves, the experts of the Kangming mountain range in charge of this battle will definitely suspect our identities." There were more than 10,000 small-scale battles before, but all of them suddenly disappeared. Only one battle is left. This abnormal situation will make them suspicious, and they might even send a team of celestial venerables over. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. Clearly, Yin Ji was very calm. After hearing this, the warriors all nodded. Then what should we do now? A warrior asked. Wait. Yin Ji's expression didn't change. The Voidwell tribe and the Kangming mountain range are fighting so fiercely. Even if they stopped fighting, there should be many small-scale battles. Now that they've all stopped fighting, it's even stranger. We can't act rashly. At this moment, in the sky above a wasteland 100,000 light-years away from the Kangming mountain range, many towering figures floated in the air. They all had extremely powerful auras, and there were nearly 10,000 of them. They were all celestial venerables. Occasionally, some celestial venerables would fly over from afar. Behind them, a large number of Dowlord squads quickly. A dense cluster of Dowlord warriors filled the skies. Patriarch, all the Dowlord squads that went to the Tsungming mountain range to train, as well as the celestial venerate warriors that were secretly guarding it, have all returned. A 3rd step celestial venerate bowed respectfully towards the 3 figures at the very front. To be able to make a 3rd step Empyrean so respectful, he was naturally an eternal supreme. The Whirlpool tribe had 4 eternal supremes, and 3 of them had come this time. The 3 figures standing at the very top of the void were all exuding boundless power, affecting the void. In fact, the spacetime where all the tribal warriors were now in was the spacetime domain of their leader, the Eternal Supreme. Turning nothingness into reality, this was the technique of an eternal sovereign. The Tsungming mountain range has provoked my Void Thread tribe many times. An icy cold voice that contained boundless rage resounded through space. Last time, those ferocious beasts dared to attack our Voidwallow tribe. This time, We'll let them know that the Vortex tribe isn't a tribe that fierce beasts like them can provoke. What we need to do is to use death to punish the Tsangming mountain range. The cold voice was filled with intense killing intent. Punishment. 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 Instantly, angry roars resounded through the entire spacetime, and all the tribal warriors were filled with fighting spirit. Let's go. The tribe ancestor, who looked like a towering giant, gave the order. Boom. Over 1 million Dao monarchs and nearly 10,000 heavenly venerables suddenly disappeared along with spacetime. In a forest at the outermost edge of the Tsangming mountain range, Jiang Xi and Tu Itachi were hiding in the grass, deep in thought. Now that all the warriors of the Whirlpool tribe had disappeared, their previous plan to reap the benefits could only be abandoned. Do we really have to go deep into the tiger's den? Jiang Xi thought to himself. Going deep into the tiger's den was a last resort that Jiang Xi had thought of. This was also why he had brought Tu Itachi with him in the first place. Wandering tribal warriors naturally wouldn't dare to go deep into the Tsangming mountain range, but ferocious beasts could. He could hide in Tu Itachi's treasure space and let Tu Itachi go deep into the Tsangming mountain range to look for opportunities to hunt down lone heavenly venerables. Although it was dangerous, it was definitely better than waiting here. What should I choose? Jiang Xi weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Once the heavenly venerables of the two factions started fighting, he could secretly attack and steal the corpses of the heavenly venerables. This was both safe and efficient. The downside was that the opportunity was too rare. Going deep into the tiger's den would give him more opportunities, but it would also be more dangerous. At this moment, Jiang Xi sensed something and looked up. He saw a black mass of figures suddenly appear in the sky above the Tsangming mountain range. At a glance, there were more than 1 million of these figures. These figures were incomparably majestic as they stood in the sky. Each of them was more than 10,000 kilometers tall. When they stood together, they were like endless black clouds that covered the entire sky. Whoosh! Jiang Xi was stunned. His eyes widened. He had never seen such a shocking scene before. Although the White Flame Legion had far more Dao monarchs than the Black Cloud, the soldiers in the camp were scattered. The shock they gave him was definitely not as great as the millions of Dao monarchs. Millions of Dao monarchs. Experience points. Jiang Xi's eyes turned red again. War. Tu Itachi also looked up excitedly. His eyes were filled with surprise. This is the war between the Whirlpool tribe and the Tsangming mountain range. This is the real war, not the small skirmishes from before. The three at the front must be eternal supremes. Even such experts have joined the battle. This is definitely a rare war in the entire Dream Origin sector. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky to see such a war. I've only seen such a war since I was born in the Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. I didn't expect to see it again today. Tu Itachi roared like a madman. Rumble. At this moment, the sky changed color and space changed. In an instant, everything in the vast Tsangming mountain range disappeared. Including Jiang Xi, Tu Itachi, Yin Ji, Cheng Luan, Quan Zhu, and the other warriors of the third squad who were hiding in other places. They were all trapped in an eternal spacetime. The outermost area of the Tsangming mountain range was covered by a gray spacetime barrier from top to bottom. It was as if the entire Tsangming mountain range was separated by an eternal spacetime at this moment. Turning void into reality. Eternal Supremes. Jiang Xi held his breath. This was the first time he saw a real Eternal Supremes in action. After coming to the Dream Origin sector, he was no longer restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the Chaos Sea. He could already check the complete legacies of 8 Clouds and Qingyuan. From these legacies, he had already learned many techniques of Eternal Supremes. Turning void into reality was the most iconic technique. It should be known that the spacetime domains of Dao Lords and Celestial Venerables were all illusory. However, Eternal Supremes could turn such illusory spacetime domains into reality. In the Dream Origin sector, every Eternal Supremes was an overlord. If they were in the Chaos Sea, they could use this technique to create an eternal universe so that they and their tribe would never fall. At this moment, the entire Tsangming mountain range was completely isolated from the outside world. It was surrounded by space-time barriers in all directions. Idiots of the Whirlpool tribe, how dare you take the initiative to invade my Tsungming mountain range? A pleasant voice that sounded like the sound of spring water sounded directly in this space-time. For a moment, the space-time that enveloped the Tsungming mountain range fluctuated as if there were two spacetimes that were fighting for control. Rumble. A large number of ferocious beasts suddenly rushed out from the depths of the Tsungming mountain range. Many heavenly venerable beasts gathered in groups. There were close to 10,000 of them, and they were roaring angrily. In front of these heavenly venerable beasts, there were three even larger figures. The leading ferocious beast had black scales all over its body. It looked like an octopus with many tentacles and a total of 9 heads. Each of them had a face similar to that of a human. It was beautiful and moving. She was Tsungming Supremes. In the legends of the Dream Origin sector, she had been ruling the entire Tsungming mountain range. She was an extremely ancient and terrifying existence. Roar! Roar! When Tsungming Supremes rushed out with 2 other Supremes and close to 10,000 heavenly venerables, then, a large number of Tao Lord-level beasts followed behind them. They covered the mountains and plains and gathered into a sea. Then, they rushed into the sky one by one. The final battle was about to break out. In a lush bush at the outermost area of the Tsungming mountain range. Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi raised their heads carefully and watched the confrontation between the two forces in the sky. Tsungming Supremes are extremely powerful even among Eternal Supremes. Tu Itachi transmitted his voice filled with amazement. That's why the Tsungming mountain range has remained standing for countless years. Even my father, Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord, was amazed by Tsungming Supreme's strength. She's an existence close to Grand Supremes. It's just that she has a strange temper and is hard to please. That's why no Eternal Supremes have been willing to befriend her for so long. Tu Itachi told River Word all the secret information he knew. Then how did the other 2 Supremes of the Tsungming mountain range come? Jiang Ci asked. That's because. Tu Itachi laughed strangely. They were chased by their enemies and had nowhere to run. That's why they had no choice but to rely on Tsungming Supremes, who have the worst temper. According to my father, he can destroy those 2 Eternal Supremes with a wave of his hand. Jiang Ci was shocked by his words. The gap between Eternal Supremes was so huge. On second thought, Jiang Ci understood. He was still a Tao Lord, but he could easily kill a first-step Heavenly Venerable. Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord was an Eternal Supremes. It was not difficult for him to kill an ordinary Supremes. Too sure, as far as I know, many powerful tribes and beasts only have Eternal Supremes at most. Could it be that there aren't any stronger than Eternal Supremes? River Word probed. He was still not sure if there was a Chaos Prime super expert in the Dream Origin world. Stronger. Tu Itachi's eyes were burning with passion. The strongest tribe and beast forces in the Dream Origin world are only Eternal Supremes. Is there any stronger existence in the Dream Origin world? Yes. Tu Itachi's voice was filled with anticipation. Jiang Ci's eyes flickered. There really is. There are 4 armies in the Dream Origin world: Mountain Shield Army, White Flame Army, STYX River Army and Green Wind Army. The 4 generals in charge of the 4 armies are existences beyond Eternal Supremes. Tu Itachi added, we call them Chaos Primordial Immortal Generals. They are the most capable generals of His Majesty the Divine King. Jiang Ci nodded slightly. It seemed that the strongest power in the Dream Origin world was Chaos Primordial Immortal Generals. There should not be any Chaos Primordial Immortal Kings. After all, His Majesty the Divine King had disappeared for a long time. He might even have died. Otherwise, so many experts in the Dream Origin world would not be trapped here for so long. When Jiang Ci and Tu Itachi were hiding in the grass and discussing with each other through voice transmission, the Eternal Supremes of the 2 forces in the sky were also negotiating. However, the negotiation fell apart after a short while. Kang Ming, you are too arrogant. You really don't want to leave any soup when you eat meat and bones? Do you really think that the 4 Supremes of our Void tribe can't deal with you? You want to drink soup? Then join me and be my subordinates. If I am happy, I will reward you. How arrogant. Then you're the one who's courting death today. Warriors of the Void tribe, fight for me and punish these savage beasts. Along with the angry roars, the two forces in the sky started fighting. As the saying went, soldiers fought soldiers and generals fought generals. The experts of the two forces were rushing at each other rapidly. It's starting. Jiang Xi looked up at the sky. He felt that the two dark clouds that covered half of the sky collided and merged together. It's starting. Tu Itachi was also very excited. The situation of the battle was ever-changing. It was hard to say who would win. Although the Eternal Supremes had a great influence on the overall situation, in such a situation where both sides were evenly matched, the low-level warriors had a greater influence. Because when quantity reached a certain level, it could make up for the difference in quality. Tao Lords were indeed weaker than Celestial Masters. However, when tens of thousands of Tao Lords attacked together, they could still make Celestial Masters flee in panic. Celestial Masters were weaker than Eternal Supremes. Even when thousands of Celestial Masters attacked together, they could still fight Eternal Supremes head-on. This was the Dream Origin realm. The complete inheritance allowed them to have more combat skills. Their bodies and primordial spirits could unleash explosive power. Thousands of warriors could attack together, and so on. This was something that the Chaos Sea couldn't compare to. Kill. Roar. Kill. 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 The sky darkened. The Kangming mountain range that was enveloped by the eternal spacetime was in chaos. In the clash between the two superforces, the ones who died the fastest were the Tao Lord warriors and beasts. In the face of some terrifying group attacks and the full-strength attacks of Celestial Masters, many Tao Lords were swept away and killed directly. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. Chapter 662. One after another, the corpses of Tao Lord warriors and wild beasts fell from the sky. Wild beast corpses. Tu Itachi's eyes lit up as he watched the Tao Lord warriors and wild beasts fall. These are all military merits. He eagerly sent a voice transmission to Jiang Xi. Mountain Sea, hurry up. We can take advantage of the chaos to collect the Tao Lord corpses. Perhaps we'll be able to collect 10,000 corpses. That way, we'll be able to complete the military mission. Jiang Xi remained calm. Although there are more than 1 million Tao Lord wild beasts in the Kangming mountain range, it's impossible for all of them to die. It'll be good enough if 30% of them die. It'll take some time to collect 10,000 Tao Lord corpses. The risk of being noticed by both sides is too great, so it's very difficult and unrealistic. If we're going to collect corpses, we're going to collect heavenly venerate corpses. Jiang Xi concluded. Tu Itachi grew anxious as he watched the wild beast corpses fall from the sky. Collect heavenly venerate corpses? Mountain Sea, you're too arrogant. How strong do you think you are? Every heavenly venerate is an important expert of their respective faction. Once a heavenly venerate dies, a specialized heavenly venerate will collect the corpse. They won't give you a chance to attack at all. Do you want to snatch it from them? Do you still dare to participate in a battle between heavenly venerates when two major factions are at war? Do you know that you're courting death? Tu Itachi was both anxious and furious. Jiang Xi still shook his head calmly. How foolish. Tu Itachi was truly anxious. During the selection battle, he'd seen that Jiang Xi could defeat him and that the recruits could defeat the two of them. That was why he'd followed Jiang Xi. Moreover, he'd planned to pretend to be weak and follow Jiang Xi. Once they encountered true danger, with his life-saving trump cards, Jiang Xi would definitely be the first to die. He was confident that he could escape. However, he hadn't expected Jiang Xi to be so crazy. Tu Wei no longer dared to continue following Jiang Xi. If this continued, Jiang Xi would die, and he would most likely lose his life in the chaotic battle between Empyreans. You have no idea what a disaster-level mission means. If that's the case, then we'll do our best. I'm not going to accompany you, Tu Ji said angrily. Whoosh. He quietly left and approached the chaotic battlefield in the distance. Jiang Xi didn't say anything. He just shook his head gently. After joining the army, his only companion had left. This eternal second generation has never truly trusted me. Luckily, he didn't trust me. If he didn't leave, I wouldn't be able to harvest the experience point. If the final battle hadn't suddenly erupted, they would have left 2 Itachi and the 2 of them could still work together. Now that the situation had changed, Jiang Ci saw a good opportunity to harvest experience. With 2 Itachi around, it was naturally inconvenient for him to reveal some of his tricks. Traveling alone was the best choice. Next, Jiang Ci continued to observe the situation in the bushes. At the same time, he began to change his appearance and changed into a set of 7th-tier supreme treasures, including armor, essence spirit, and offensive supreme treasures. He obtained the Qingyuan clan's clan treasure trove. Among them, there were 91 7th-tier supreme treasures. He didn't let the slaughtering shadow sword devour these 7th-tier supreme treasures. Instead, he kept them as the human race's foundation. He didn't expect that they would come in handy at this time. It's about time. Soon, when Jiang Ci discovered that the battlefield was in a stalemate, he had confidence in his heart and began to take action. There were 3 major battlefields in the entire Kangming mountain range. They were the most numerous and chaotic Tao Lord battlefield, the Heavenly Venerate battlefield with 20,000 people on both sides, and the Supreme battlefield of the 6 Eternal Supreme. Among them, the Tao Lord battlefield occupied the largest area and was very scattered. In the sky, in the forest, in the lake, in the great swamp, and so on, there were Tao Lords fighting everywhere in the Kangming mountain range. The battle of Heavenly Venerate experts was more concentrated, mainly concentrated in the Kangming mountain range's Cliff Valley area. Because there weren't many experts of this level, the Cliff Valley area was enough for them to fight. In this area, the Tao Lord warriors and fierce beasts all avoided this area, not daring to approach. After all, if one was involved in a chaotic battle of Heavenly Venerates, it was very easy to die. The Tao Lord battlefield. After Jiang Ci changed his appearance, he hurried to the nearest Tao Lord battlefield. He didn't choose the Heavenly Venerate battlefield first of all. There were very few experts on the Heavenly Venerate battlefield. The tens of thousands of Heavenly Venerates in the Vortex tribe definitely knew each other. There was no way he could disguise himself as someone from the Vortex tribe. Secondly, the entire Kangming mountain range was enveloped by eternal space-time. He was sure that the 6 Eternal Supremes would definitely be able to pay attention to the battle on any battlefield. Even if he could disguise himself as a Heavenly Venerate expert of the Vortex tribe, once he killed a large number of Heavenly Venerate fierce beasts, he might attract the attention of the 6 Supremes. Jiang Ci didn't think that he could hide his true cultivation level in front of the Supremes. When the 6 Supremes found out that he, a Tao Lord, could easily kill Heavenly Venerates, they might investigate out of curiosity. As an outsider, Jiang Ci was most afraid of the investigation of the Eternal Supremes. It was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone recognized his true identity? Therefore, the Tao Lord battlefield was the best choice. He didn't need to expose too much of his strength to sneak into the Tao Lord battlefield and kill those Tao Lord fierce beasts. Moreover, it was safer. As long as he wasn't targeted by more than 10,000 Tao Lord fierce beasts, he wouldn't have to worry about being killed. Soon, Riverward arrived at a Tao Lord battlefield. Thousands of Tao Lord warriors were fighting against wild beasts. Boom! Boom! Destructive attacks continued to erupt in this space. However, the space in the Dream Origin realm was too stable. The chaotic battle of thousands of Tao Lords couldn't tear this space apart. Kill. Raw. Scum of the Vortex tribe. The Tao Lord fierce beasts of the Kangming mountain range and the Tao Lord warriors of the Vortex tribe were fighting in a chaotic battle. In this way, neither side had the chance to use their joint attacks. When Riverward saw this scene, he felt even more assured. Kill. Kill the trash of the Kangming mountain range. He put on an act and let out a loud roar, then suddenly shot out of the nearby forest and charged towards the nearest Tao Lord wild beast. Roar. Even if that 2-headed fierce beast had 7 or 8 more heads, it would never think that the person pouncing at it wasn't a warrior of the Vortex tribe. Swoosh. A green sword light pierced through the beast's huge head. You killed an Eon-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +6. At the same time, Jiang Ci waved his hand and put away the corpse as if there was no one else around. He also put away the corpses of the other fierce beasts around him. 10 military merits obtained. The corpse of a Tao Lord fierce beast was worth 1 military merit, regardless of level. Whether it was a desolate level Tao Lord or the strongest universe level Tao Lord, they were all worth 1 military merit. Kill. Kill all the trash of the Kangming mountain range. Jiang Ci moved quickly and pounced on the other Tao Lord fierce beasts. Poochie. Another ferocious beast fell. You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. At the same time, he took away more than 10 fierce beast corpses. Brother, you're fierce. Beside him, a Vortex Tribe Tao Lord warrior praised loudly. You're fierce too. Jiang Ci gave him a thumbs up and turned to continue killing the other Tao Lord fierce beasts. It was obvious that his disguise was very successful in such an extremely chaotic battle. Apart from the 6 Supremes who might have discovered him, the warriors below couldn't possibly discover that he was an imposter. I only displayed the combat strength of a first-step Heavenly Venerable. There's no lack of such genius warriors in the various special legions of the White Flame Army. Therefore, even if they discover that I'm an imposter, these Supremes won't care too much. Jiang Ci was very confident. According to the rules set by the army, the Eternal Supremes of the Dream Origin realm couldn't interfere with such training missions issued by the army. Just like that, Jiang Ci killed the Tao Lord fierce beasts while collecting the corpses of the fierce beasts on the battlefield. Not many tribal warriors suspected his purpose of collecting the corpses. After all, there were many experts with strange fetishes. Even if someone suspected him, Jiang Ci would just casually say something and then find an opportunity to leave and go to the next battlefield. There were battles everywhere in the Kangming mountain range. There were too many Tao Lord battlefields of various sizes, while Jiang Ci was crazily killing the various Tao Lord battlefields. The captain of the 3rd squad, Yin Ji, was waiting for an opportunity with a dozen warriors in the Heavenly Venerable battlefield in the Cliffbreak Valley. They were hiding in a relatively secluded bush outside the Heavenly Venerable battlefield. Captain is so amazing. Captain can easily obtain a Heavenly Venerable corpse in such a terrifying Heavenly Venerable battlefield. Amazing. It looks easy for Captain. If it were me, I would have died directly. These warriors were talking to each other through voice transmission, praising their captain Yin Ji. Just now, Yin Ji had displayed his strength and obtained a Heavenly Venerable fierce beast corpse in the Kangming mountain range. First of all, they really admired their captain's strength. Second, they naturally hoped that their captain would snatch more Heavenly Venerable fierce beasts corpses to help them complete their mission. All right. The captain Yin Ji enjoyed the praises for a while before shouting, all right. The other warriors might not know, but he knew very well how dangerous it was just now. Not twice. Yin Ji's gaze swept over the warriors, directly cutting off their hopes. He said coldly, the Heavenly Venerable battlefield is full of Heavenly Venerables. The Tao Lords of the Maelstrom tribe and the Kangming mountain range didn't come close. I suddenly rushed in to snatch a corpse, which was unexpected. They were unprepared, which gave me a chance. If I rush in now, I'll definitely attract attacks. If I'm surrounded by several Heavenly Venerables. Yin Ji shook his head. He had experienced too many missions, many military missions, and even a reincarnation level mission. Thus, he knew very well that he should act at the critical moment. But the bottom line was that he couldn't put himself in a desperate situation and had to complete his mission first. As for the warriors following him, he could only slowly help them later. Captain, the warriors all looked at Yin Ji. Don't worry, I won't not help you. Yin Ji transmitted, if I didn't want to help you, I would have left you behind and acted on my own. Now, we have to wait. When the opportunity comes, listen to everything I say. I'll naturally help you with all my strength. Captain, just give the order. We'll definitely obey. Although the 17 warriors said that, they were worried in their hearts. 10,000 military credit. If they were all Tao Lord beast corpses, they would need 10,000. Collecting heavenly venerable beast corpses was much less. 1-step heavenly venerable corpses were worth 100 military credits, so they needed 100. 2-step heavenly venerable corpses were worth 1,000 military credits, so they needed 10. 3rd-step heavenly venerable corpses were worth 10,000 military credits, so they only needed 1. However, it was very difficult for a 3rd-step heavenly venerable to die. It was completely dependent on luck. Moreover, it required extremely heaven-defying luck. Thus, they could only collect 1st-step and 2nd-step heavenly venerable beast corpses. This was also very difficult. Moreover, they had a total of 18 warriors, including the captain. Even if they all collected 1st-step heavenly venerable corpses, they would still need 1,800. Could this heavenly venerable battlefield have so many heavenly venerable beasts? Even if it could, would the Kangming mountain range give them a chance to collect them? Thinking of this, many warriors wanted to retreat, wanting to go to the Tao Lord battlefield and try their luck. Captain Yin Ji glanced at them and didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. He was also a new recruit, so he naturally knew what his warriors were thinking. With you cannon fodder here, once I'm surrounded by heavenly venerables, I'll still have a chance to escape. Yin Ji thought to himself. In terms of craziness, the war between the Vortex tribe and the Kangming mountain range was still at the Tao Lord level. This was an extremely crazy war. The total number of Tao Lords in both organizations was close to 3 million. Like a meat grinder, many weaker Tao Lords or Tao Lords with weaker defenses quickly perished. In just 3 months, nearly 1 million Tao Lords had perished. This was a form of training, a form of selection. As long as they could endure this terrifying trial, some Tao Lord warriors would quickly break through to become heavenly venerables. That idiot Mountain Sea still wants to snatch the heavenly venerable corpses? Does he really think those heavenly venerables are just decorations? Tu Ji mixed in with the Kangming mountain range team and also looked for opportunities in the various Tao Lord battlefields. Kill the bastards of the Vortex tribe. He mimicked the wild beasts of the Kangming mountain range and constantly roared. There were other wild beasts nearby that also roared and attacked the Vortex tribe warriors. The Kangming mountain range was very large, and there were countless Tao Lord level wild beasts. Tu Ji was a wild beast himself, so he easily mixed in without being discovered. However, it was a bit strange for a wild beast like him to collect the corpses of other wild beasts. Thus, he was very cautious and looked for opportunities to collect the corpses on the ground. He wasn't like Jiang Ci, who could swagger around and collect the corpses. After 3 months of killing, I only got a little more than 1,000 military credits. Tu Ji was very anxious. In this battlefield where he could die at any time, he didn't dare to be careless and could only carefully collect the corpses. At the same time, in another Tao Lord battlefield. Everyone, be careful. We are all fairly strong amongst Tao Lords, but this is a terrifying battle where nearly 3 million Tao Lords are involved. We can't be the slightest bit careless. Otherwise, we'll be crushed like ants. Cheng Luan led his warriors into the middle of the battlefield. They were all tribal warriors, so they naturally disguised themselves as members of the Vortex tribe. Yes. Understood. We're still lacking a lot of military credits. Although they said they were careful, these warriors were very anxious. No one expected that this disaster-level mission would actually encounter such a rare super battle. Chapter 663. In this great battle, Cheng Luan's warriors, Quan Zhu's warriors, and the lone two Itachi were all trying their best to collect the corpses of the beasts in the Kangming mountain range. However, the Kangming mountain range was too big. The two super factions had close to 3 million Tao Lords. Even if 1 million died, it would not be much if they were scattered across the battlefield. How much would these warriors be able to collect in the end even if they risked their lives to collect them? Therefore, it was destined that most of them would be executed by the army for failing the mission, even if they did not die on the battlefield. On the other side of the heavenly venerate battlefield, Captain Yin Ji's side was also in trouble. After this battle lasted for half a year, the 18 warriors finally had internal strife. Captain, you are always afraid of this and that. Once this battle is over, how can we have such a good chance to collect military merits? A warrior could not help but send a voice transmission angrily. Without military merits, we can only run. But the entire Dream Origin realm is under the control of the army. Where can we run to? We will still die in the end. Yes, Captain. We can't wait like this. We want to live too. We want military merits too. One warrior was anxious. The other warriors could not help but look at Yinji. Yinji looked at them coldly. He knew that his subordinates were really anxious. He had already obtained 4 second-step heavenly venerates and more than 10 first-step heavenly venerates. After conversion, it was more than 5,000 military merits. As long as he worked harder, he could complete the mission. However, these warriors' military merits were still far away. My continuous attacks in the past half a year have attracted the attention of those heavenly venerates. If we rush in now, we will definitely be killed. Let's wait. Yinji said indifferently. We know that is suicide, so we will not go there. However, there are countless Dao Lords fighting in other places. Those are all military merits. As long as we have enough time to collect them, we can definitely collect enough military merits. Moreover, our chances of survival on the battlefield are much higher. Yes, Captain. Let's go to the battlefield. The soldiers were all looking at their captain to attract attention. Go to the more chaotic battlefield to collect corpses? How long will that take? Yinji sneered. If you want to go, just go. I won't stop you, but at the critical moment, I will contact you and tell you my coordinates. You must come at that time, otherwise. Understood, Captain. Captain, don't worry. Then let's head off to the Daolord battlefield. One by one, the soldiers responded and slipped away. In just a few moments, only Captain Yinji was left. In the face of death, it seems like you've been forced into a corner. Yinji sneered and shook her head. In his heart, he looked down on these warriors. However, they were still warriors of a special legion. When they joined forces, they could still erupt with a certain amount of combat power. They could block the attacks of some celestial venerables for him. Over the past 6 months, he had used these subordinates to block the attacks of heavenly venerates and plunder the corpses of heavenly venerates from the heavenly venerate battlefield. Let's stop for another month and summon them back before making our move. Yinji thought in her heart. According to his plan, he had to collect 10,000 military merits within a year. Otherwise, there would be changes in this war. In the sky above the Kangming mountain range, waves of powerful fluctuations constantly spread out and covered the entire eternal spacetime. But in fact, on this battlefield, the 6 eternal supremes of the Kangming mountain range and the Vortex tribe were not fighting. They were just standing in the air. Kangming, the 3 of us still can't defeat you. How many times has it been? The patriarch of the Vortex tribe sighed softly. Kangming, who had a body similar to an octopus but 9 beautiful heads, chuckled. 9 spirals, you're very powerful. In the entire Dream Origin sector, there aren't many Eternal Supremes who have the strength to fight with me. Of course, if the 4 Supremes of the Vortex tribe come and perform your joint attack, I'm afraid I'll also. He's still alive. Suddenly, the 6 Eternal Autarchs all turned to look at one of the Daolord battlefields below. What a strong body. He actually withstood the joint attack of more than 1,000 Daolord beast. Several Eternal Supremes praised. As Jiang Ci expected, all the movements on the battlefield were under the control of the 6 Eternal Supremes. Look, although his sword technique is only at level 7, it's very mysterious. If he keeps going, he might be able to walk the eternal path of sword technique. The most important thing is his body. It's too strong. I'm afraid it's comparable to a level 7 supreme treasure. No wonder he's safe and sound in the various Daolord battlefields for half a year. This recruit must be specially trained by the White Flame Army. Yes, I'm afraid he's already on the list. The Eternal Supremes made another round of judgment. The strongest Kangming praised, he's definitely a rare peerless genius in the long history of the Dream Origin sector. As long as he has enough time to grow, he'll definitely enter the elite ranks in the future. Elite ranks. The other 5 Eternal Supremes were surprised. The elite ranks didn't represent strength, but talent. They all knew that the godly king who created the Dream Origin sector wanted to select the elite. It could be said that entering the elite ranks was the dream of every expert in the Dream Origin sector. Even the 6 Eternal Supremes weren't qualified to enter the elite ranks. Downlords, Heavenly Venerables, Supremes, experts at each level had their own elite ranks. The lower the strength, the higher the requirement to enter the elite ranks. Of course, if one could become a Chaos Origin Divine General, he would be at the same level as the generals of the 4 armies and would automatically be a member of the elite ranks. He could wait for the godly king's summons to fight outside the realm at any time. What a pity. If the godly king is still here, these genius experts of the elite ranks, I believe the great godly king won't just disappear like this. Yes, the godly king will return sooner or later. After a moment of depression, the 6 Eternal Supremes' eyes were filled with hope and fighting spirit. In the sky above a barren forest in the Kangming mountain range. Roar. Kill that hateful warrior of the Whirlpool tribe. How dare he steal my brother's body? Thousands of huge Downlord-level beasts chased a figure in front of them like a torrent. But gradually, the distance between the two sides widened until it disappeared. Only then did the angry beasts turn around and return to the battlefield to continue fighting. Damn it! Jiang Xi's figure appeared in a large swamp. He was indeed in a sorry state just now. Because he was worried that his true identity would be exposed, he had not used his full strength. And those thousands of Downlord-level beasts, after using a joint attack, could actually threaten a second-step Heavenly Venerate. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to escape just now. However, I've only been besieged once in half a year. My luck is not bad. I've completed my military merits early. Jiang Xi estimated that he had collected more than 100,000 beasts' corpses from the various Downlord battlefields. These are only secondary. The most important thing is the experience point. Eternal experience points, 51,589 yuan. In the past half a year, he had disguised himself as a warrior of the Whirlpool tribe and wandered around the various Downlord battlefields. He had killed more than 6,000 eternal experience points and obtained more than 50,000. It's not over yet. Jiang Xi continued to head to the next Downlord battlefield. He had no intention of resting. It was a race against time. This was because he could sense that this war was moving from the stalemate stage to the end stage. Once this opportunity to harvest experience points was gone, who knew when he would get another chance to do so again? Soon, Jiang Xi arrived at a Downlord battlefield at the peak of a mountain. Kill. As usual, he imitated the warriors of the Whirlpool tribe and directly pounced on a Downlord-level beast. Kai. A black and white sword light erupted, and the huge beast died. You killed a Universe Realm Downlord. Eternal experience points plus 9 yuan. Then, Jiang Xi waved his hand and collected the corpses of the other beasts around him. At this moment, a group of warriors of the 3rd squad was hiding in the forest below. They were the ones who had followed Lingji earlier. So strong. He killed a Universe Realm Downlord with one strike. He's even stronger than the captain. He's also collecting beast corpses. He must be a warrior of our 3rd squad. Who is it? He changed his appearance. This strength is definitely not Cheng Luan, let alone Beast Quan Zhu and the others. Could it be him? The appearance of that recruit appeared in the minds of many warriors. This was because the 37 warriors of the 3rd squad were all very familiar with each other and knew the approximate strength of the other warriors. Even the captain, Ling Ji, could not kill a Universe Realm Downlord with one strike. Then, it could only be the 2 recruits who had just joined the squad. As for Tu Wei, he was a ferocious beast and could not transform into a tribal warrior. There was only one possibility. This person was the new recruit, Mountain Sea. Mountain Sea, am slightly stronger than Tu Wei. I'm good at close combat and belong to the agile type. They recalled what Jiang Xi said when he first joined the squad. Slightly stronger? This is called slightly stronger. He's directly a major realm stronger. Some warriors were shocked. A Dao Lord comparable to a heavenly venerable. Even in the entire White Flame army, there weren't many people with such talent, right? Next, these warriors who had originally planned to collect beast corpses did not go out for the time being. Instead, they continued to observe. Not long after, they saw Jiang Ci, who had changed his appearance, leave this Dao Lord battlefield. Did you guys notice? How many beast corpses did he collect in a while? More than 600. Excluding the time he spent traveling between the various Dao Lord battlefields, how many beast corpses should he have collected in the past half a year? It's definitely more than 10,000. 30,000, 60,000, 90,000. These warriors guessed, their eyes shining. Thinking about it, it was pitiful. Most of them did not have any military merits. Even if they did, they only had dozens or hundreds of military merits. At this moment, when they discovered that someone had already completed the mission and collected beast corpses, the number of beast corpses far exceeded their imagination. Greedy thoughts surfaced in their mind. Then, some warriors directly reported this matter to their captain, Ling Ji, through the military's communication means. Captain, we just discovered that the new recruit, Mountain Sea, has probably collected tens of thousands of beast corpses. Hurry up and follow him. Ling Ji hurriedly replied. Captain, we're not confident in killing the new recruit, Mountain Sea. He's very strong. I know. Since he can collect so many beast corpses, his strength is naturally not weak. But what he's most afraid of now is being exposed. As long as we follow him and threaten him, forcing him to hand over a large number of beast corpses, he'll be able to keep some for himself. If he's willing to hand them over, we'll let the Kangming Mountain Range Celestial Venerables know where he is. Then he'll be dead for sure. Captain, you're right. This method is feasible. Yeah, it'll be very difficult for us to collect military merits. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well threaten him and drag him down with us. I estimate that he has at least 50,000 beast corpses. As long as he hands them over, we'll split them and collect some more from the battlefield. That'll be enough for several of us. The warriors seemed to have grasped some hope in the desperate situation and were filled with fighting spirit. In their despair, they automatically ignored some dangers and made the most irrational decision. They quietly headed in the direction that Jiang Ci had left. However, after a long time, we can't find him. The new recruit, Mountain Sea, disappeared. We can't find him at all. He must have hidden in the army of the Vortex tribe and mixed in with a large number of Dao Lord warriors. We can't detect him. It must be. These warriors, including Yin Ji who had just arrived, guessed that Jiang Ci must be hiding. Continue searching. He won't hide for long, Yin Ji ordered. He also wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. As long as he could find the new recruit, Mountain Sea, and obtain the beast corpses, it would be enough. You want to stop me? Jiang Ci sneered. At this time, he had indeed mixed in with a large army of the Vortex tribe. When he was fighting on the battlefield of the Dao Lord, he had noticed the group of warriors in the forest. At that time, he did not pay attention to them. Later, when he saw that group of warriors following him, he knew that he had been targeted. That was why he turned around and came to a temporary camp of the Vortex tribe. This was where the tribe's warriors rested and reorganized. There were more than 100,000 warriors gathered here. Once he mixed in, no one would be able to find him. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ci had mixed in with the Vortex tribe's army for half a month with his strength. It was naturally very easy for him to move around in this camp. Let's go. Battle. The army set off and split into several groups to rebuild the battlefield of the Dao Lord. Jiang Ci also set off. Half a day later, he followed a group of more than 10,000 Dao Lord warriors and encountered a group of beasts. Kill. Kill all the trash in the Kangming Mountain Range. The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. After resting for half a month, it was as if everyone had been revived and all kinds of destructive attacks erupted. Jiang Ci only fought for a short while before his speed suddenly decreased. He glanced around and found a tribal warrior staring at him. Mountain Sea. The tribal warrior's mouth moved. Although there was no sound, the meaning was obvious. He recognized Jiang Ci. It's Yin Ji's warrior. Jiang Ci also recognized him. Chapter 664. The tribal warrior was also a member of Squad 3. He looked like a barbarian with red hair. He avoided the battles on the battlefield and quickly approached Jiang Ci. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Mountain Sea, do you think we won't recognize you just because you changed your appearance and aura? Soldiers and tribal warriors are different. We need to collect beast corpses, but tribal warriors don't. If you make a move, we'll recognize you immediately. Jiang Ci looked around. You're not the only one, right? The captain and the others are here. They're scattered around. The red-haired warrior sent a voice transmission. We've seen your strength. You can easily kill a universe realm Dao Lord. I'm not confident that I can hold you back alone. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more than 10 figures began to draw closer from the chaotic battlefield of Dao Lords. Jiang Ci glanced at them. Although their appearances had changed, their auras remained the same. They were Squad 3's warriors, including Yin Ji. Recruit Mountain Sea, you're stronger than we expected. You're quite strong. We're willing to accept you as a member of our team. The warriors sent their voices to him. Even Yin Ji looked at Jiang Ci and sent a voice transmission. Recruit Mountain Sea. Captain. Jiang Ci raised an eyebrow. When he and Tu Ji first joined the Great Yang Army, this captain did not even look at them. He was very cold back then. Now, Yin Ji's face was full of smiles. We didn't accept you because ordinary recruits are weak. However, we've acknowledged your strength. Yin Ji said directly. As long as you share the corpses of the ferocious beasts you've collected with us, the other warriors in our team will believe in you. I'm even willing to give up my position as captain and let you take over. Yes, we're willing to make you our captain as well. As long as you help us, Mountain Sea, we'll be able to complete this mission and live. Mountain Sea, the warriors looked at Jiang Ci expectantly. The captain was the same. He seemed very selfless. He was even willing to give up his position as captain. Jiang Ci looked at them expressionlessly. Are you sure? Of course. We can even call you captain now. The warriors hurriedly transmitted their voices. Jiang Ci smiled. His smile was filled with indifference. He transmitted his voice, but, what does your life and death have to do with me? Instantly, Yin Ji and the other warriors were all stunned and stood there in a daze. Didn't you guys say that you didn't care about the lives of the recruits? Why are you talking about friendship now? Jiang Ci sneered. He knew very well that these warriors were forced to their limits by the threat of death. In order to survive, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They were even willing to do anything. Mountain Sea. Yin Ji had an extremely ugly look on her face. We are currently in the middle of a Dao Lord battlefield. There are thousands of Dao Lord wild beasts around you, and 2 Empyrean wild beasts are watching from above. As long as I tell them that you're wantonly collecting the corpses of their companions, tens of thousands of dire beast corpses, do you think they won't tear you apart? Jiang Ci raised his head and looked at the distant sky. There were indeed 2 enormous Empyrean-level fierce beasts watching the battlefield from afar. See? Yin Ji barked. As long as I tell them everything, those 2 Empyrean-level fierce beasts will definitely be enraged. As long as they give the order, the thousands of Dao Lord-level fierce beasts on this battlefield will surround you. There will be nowhere for you to run. Yin Ji stared intently at Jiang Ci. In that situation, you will definitely die. So, make your choice. Will you hand over most of the dire beast corpses to us, or will you get nothing and die here? Make your choice. Mountain Sea, this is a disaster-level mission. Our chances of survival are very small to begin with. If you force us, we will die together. Even if we die, we will drag you down with us. The other warriors stared at Jiang Ci as well. Then you can all die. Jiang Ci shook his head calmly. After speaking, he turned and roared, "Kill the trash of the Tsungming mountain range." Swoosh. He transformed into a streak of light and pounced towards a distant Dao Lord wild beast. The 18 warriors, including the captain, couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that this recruit was not afraid at all. Did this recruit really think that he could escape the encirclement of so many Dao Lord wild beasts alone? However, Although these warriors from the special army were shocked, they reacted very quickly when Jiang Xi turned and moved. They moved almost at the same time. Not giving us a way out. Recruit, you can go to hell too. If we die together. Damn you, Mountain Sea. You forced us to do this. Some warriors went crazy and charged towards Jiang Xi with ferocious expressions. However, River Word, who was in front of him, sneered. Boom. He accelerated and displayed the speed of a first-step Empyrean, leaving these warriors far behind. You want to threaten me with this little ability? Jiang Xi didn't take it to heart at all. Mountain Sea, don't even think about escaping. Yinji's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was the fastest and could barely catch up with Jiang Xi. He originally thought that this recruit would have some scruples. Then, he could use this opportunity to obtain a large number of beast corpses from the recruit. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. This Mountain Sea recruit actually ignored their threat. You want to escape? A pair of black wings appeared on Yinji's back, and his speed suddenly increased. Whoosh! At the same time, countless black energy threads quickly enveloped Jiang Xi in front of him. After the energy threads erupted, they actually exceeded the speed of a first-step Empyrean. Jiang Xi only felt the world suddenly darken as he was enveloped by these energy threads. Get lost. The 7th-tier treasure sword in his hand drew an arc, and the surging energy in his body instantly erupted, forcing these energy threads back. However, there were too many of them. Almost instantly, they interweaved into a huge black ball that completely enveloped Jiang Xi. It's so tough that it can only be broken by a second-step Empyrean. Jiang Xi frowned. He still underestimated the strength of Captain Yinji. It seemed that he had some trump cards to be a captain in a special troop. That pair of black wings was an extremely special 7th-tier treasure. Although the surrounding warriors of the Whirlpool tribe were a little confused about the instant fight between Yinji and Jiang Xi, they just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. This situation was too common. Most of the time, it was caused by personal hatred or fighting over the spoils of war on the battlefield. Captain's black cloud wings are really powerful. Black cloud wings is a special 7th-tier treasure. It can fly very fast and has the ability to bind. It's an excellent treasure for escaping and protecting one's life. It's said that the military merits required to exchange for this treasure are almost comparable to that of an 8th-tier treasure. The warriors under Yinji were very envious. At this moment, boom! The black ball formed by countless energy threads suddenly began to fly toward the distant sky at a terrifying speed. On the surface of the black ball, one could clearly see that there was a bulge. Jiang Xi was flying at high speed inside, bringing the entire ball with him. Don't even think about escaping. Yinji controlled his black cloud wings and wanted to drag Jiang Xi and the black ball back. Kai, however, he couldn't be dragged at all. Instead, he was brought along to the sky. What? Yinji was shocked. Such a strong force. Although the black cloud wings binding ability was strong, his strength was not as good as Jiang Xi's. How could he drag him back? Whoosh whoosh. The black ball's speed continued to increase. Captain, didn't you want to report me to the 2 Empyrean level beasts? Let's go. We'll go see them together. Jiang Xi transmitted his voice. His speed was still increasing. In the distance, there were 2 Empyrean level beasts. Stop. Stop. Yinji roared. Do you want to die? Haha, let's go see the Empyrean level beasts together. Let's see who dies first. Jiang Xi laughed. Yinji finally panicked. He had a guilty conscience. He also had the corpse of a beast, and it was at the Empyrean level. If the Kangming mountain range's beasts knew about it, they would tear him to pieces. You're ruthless enough. Yinji was shocked and angry, but he could only give up helplessly. The black cloud wings on his back trembled and withdrew the countless energy threads. The black ball that wrapped Jiang Xi also quickly disappeared. Whoosh! And Jiang Xi, who had escaped, just waved his hand and left with a smile. Yinji stood in midair and watched this scene. He gritted his teeth and was secretly resentful. You can escape once. I don't believe that you can escape again. In the sky above the Kangming mountain range, the 6 eternal supremes of the 2 superfactions were watching the battles below. He actually resolved the predicament just like that. Strong, smart, and courageous. It's rare. This warrior's combat experience is surprisingly high. Several eternal supremes judged. The strongest Kangming also sighed. I'm really looking forward to what heights he will reach when he grows up in the future. The Eternal Supremes controlled the entire battlefield and naturally knew everything that happened. Every move of Jiang Xi's entire team was under the control of these 6 Supremes. And these Supremes could only watch and could not attack. They did not dare to attack because this was the rule of the Dream Origin realm. Time passed, and a month passed. The war between the 2 superfactions was coming to an end. How can we not find him? On a Dao Lord battlefield, the captain, Yin Ji, was very angry and unwilling. Although the Kangming mountain range is vast, the number of Dao Lord battlefields is limited. Where can he hide? Yes, after such a long time, we haven't found him even once. Captain, we really can't find him. The other warriors also contacted Yin Ji through the army's communication system. Since the last time they met, half a year had passed, and they had not found that recruit even once. It's impossible that we can't find him. He's in the Kangming mountain range. Find him quickly if you don't want to die. The hope of completing the disaster level mission is on him. Yin Ji was also anxious. In order to find that recruit, he had wasted a lot of time, resulting in his own military contributions not reaching the required level. I don't believe it. Yin Ji gritted his teeth. I can only tell the 2 of them. Cheng Luan, Quan Zhu, let me tell you something. Half a year ago, we found that the recruit of the Mountain Sea tribe might have collected close to 100,000 dire beast corpses from various Dao Lord battlefields. And he's hiding in one of the Dao Lord battlefield. Yin Ji directly transmitted the news. Not only did he transmit the news to Cheng Luan and Quan Zhu, but also the other warriors of the 2 teams. Now, except for Jiang Xi, all the warriors of the 3rd team knew this news. What? Impossible. That recruit could collect close to 100,000 Dao Lord level dire beast corpses? That's crazy. The warriors replied to their captain in this way. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. This is the news. I've been tracking him for a long time. That recruit is very good at hiding. Yin Ji was too lazy to say more. He believed that under the threat of a failed mission, these warriors would definitely do everything in their power to find that recruit. That way, the chances of finding him would greatly increase. Yin Ji's eyes turned cold. Given the strength of the Mountain Sea tribe, even if Cheng Luan and Quan Zhu work together, they still won't be able to win. At most, they'll help me find that recruit. When the time comes, those dire beast corpses will all be mine. He didn't care about the warriors of Cheng Luan and Quan Zhu at all. At this moment, the dire beast warriors of the 3rd team, Quan Zhu, were mixed in with the dire beast army of the Deep Sea mountain range. It's been so long, but we've only collected 20,000 corpses. That's only enough to guarantee that 2 of us can complete the mission. And from the looks of it, the war has already begun to slow down. It won't be long before it ends. So, regardless of whether or not that recruit has collected that many corpses, we have to track him down. He's our only hope to complete the mission. Quan Zhu transmitted to his subordinates. Track him down. Track down the recruit. Whether or not we can complete the mission will depend on this. All of the dire beast warriors had gone mad. They had gone mad in the face of death. Cheng Luan's warriors were mixed in with the Whirlpool tribe's army. We've collected more than 30,000 dire beast corpses, but it's far from enough. Once the war ends, it'll be impossible for us to collect another 10,000 corpses. Find the recruit. Although Cheng Luan was kind, he would still grab the last straw in the face of death, in the dire beast army of the Deep Sea mountain range. 2 Itachi also received a message from his captain. The Mountain Sea has close to 100,000 dire beast corpses. 2 Itachi was shocked. He couldn't believe this news. He didn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. I've worked hard for a year, and the number of dire beast corpses I've collected is still far from 10,000. He alone has so many. Tuatachi's face was filled with disbelief. But in his heart, he knew that this was probably true. His captain wouldn't joke about this. Regret. This was Tuatachi's current mood. Extreme regret. If I'd chosen to collect with him and didn't leave immediately, there are so many dire beast corpses. I don't need too many. Just give me 10,000 corpses. Tuatachi smiled bitterly. He was filled with unwillingness. He now understood that Jiang Xi had said that he was collecting heavenly venerable level dire beast corpses to scare him away. If he had been more courageous, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen into this predicament. Chapter 665. The warriors of Squad 3 were searching for Shanhai. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find him. It was as though Shanhai had left Kangming mountain range. They're all looking for me. Jiang Xi had changed his appearance and aura again. He blended into the Whirlpool tribe's army and looked at the barbaric and burly warriors. He even saw a few tribal warriors disguised as luring Ji. However, none of them could recognize him. Keep searching. You won't find me no matter what. Jiang Xi was very relaxed. His spiritual senses were close to a third step heavenly venerable. Although he could not search the entire Kangming mountain range because of this eternal spacetime, he could easily scan the surrounding battlefield. Under such circumstances, none of the warriors of Squad 3 could get close to him. Suddenly, Jiang Xi received another message on his military communication token. Shanhai, Shanhai, it's me, Tuatachi. Oh, Tuatachi? Jiang Xi replied, how's it going? Have you accumulated enough merit points? No, it's difficult to gather 10,000 beast carcasses, Tuatachi replied quickly. Tuji quickly responded, Shanhai, I just received news that Captain, Cheng Luan, and Quan Zhu are all looking for you. They want to get the corpses of the beasts from you. Moreover, they think I'm on the same side as you. I'm being ostracized by them. Is that so? Jiang Xi replied casually. Shanhai, we joined the Great Yang Army at the same time, and we're both new recruits. I'm still lacking a lot of merit points, but I don't ask for much. Can you help me gather 10,000 Dao Lord-level beast carcasses? I can trade with treasures. My father is the Wilderness Lord of Scarlet Swallow, and I have many treasures. I won't let you lose out. Tuatachi sent another message anxiously. In Tuatachi's opinion, he and Jiang Xi were both new recruits. Moreover, he could trade with treasures. It should not be difficult for him to obtain the carcasses. Trade? Of course. However, do you want me to trade with you in Kangming mountain range? Jiang Xi replied. Tuatachi immediately understood. Shanhai would never reveal his whereabouts. Naturally, he would not trade with him. Then we'll change when we return to the barracks. Tuatachi hurriedly replied. Deal. However, you have to bring out a treasure of sufficient value when the time comes. If it's not up to my standards, then that won't do. Jiang Xi replied once more, of course, of course. Tuji breathed a sigh of relief. In order to survive, he was willing to give up all his treasures. If he couldn't complete the task, then even if his father was an eternal supreme, he would still have to die. After all, his father, the Scarlet Swallow Desolate Lord, had so many children that they could form a new tribe. He was just one of the children that was not valued. A few days after Tuji contacted Jiang Xi, Cheng Luan and Quan Zhu also contacted Jiang Xi. However, Tuatachi was very sensible and knew to take the initiative to exchange supreme treasures. For example, Quan Zhu's group of dire beast warriors did not have many treasures on them, so they could not withstand Jiang Xi's pressure and directly collapsed. Don't take me for a fool. Doing business with you outside the military camp. Haha, then wait for your death. After Jiang Xi replied with a message, no matter how Quan Zhu tried to communicate with him, he did not respond. It was charity. He had to give some to them so that they would have the right to live. How dare they negotiate with him? Then go to hell. The war between the Kangming mountain range and the Whirlpool tribe lasted for a whole year. In the end, The 6 supremes appeared one by one. Soon, the army of the Whirlpool tribe began to retreat. Boom! The Kangming mountain range, which was originally enveloped by the eternal spacetime, returned to normal. Let's go. The mighty army of the Whirlpool tribe broke through the sky and left. The members of the third squad, who were disguised as warriors of the Whirlpool tribe, had already quietly hidden at the edge of the Kangming mountain range. We haven't collected enough military merit. The warriors of the 3 squads, Yinji, Chengluan, and Quanzhou, watched the army of the Whirlpool tribe leave unwillingly. The war was over, and they no longer had the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The next step would be difficult. Snat, Captain, Chengluan, and the others must have collected a lot of military merits. Let's snatch them. That way, we will have a chance to live. Quanzhou led the beast warriors under him, all of them filled with murderous intent. Let's snatch the military merit. Chengluan was also filled with murderous intent. If we want to live, we have to snatch them, Yinji said to her subordinates. The 3 squads unanimously chose to engage in a slaughter. Only in this way could they collect enough military merits. If the 3 squads left separately, there would probably be internal strife in the end. At this moment, at the edge of the vast Kangming mountain range, Jiang Xi stepped on the void, moving forward step by step. Every step he took covered a great distance. It's time to return to the military camp. He looked back at the boundless mountain range. As for the internal strife of the third squad, how many of them died, and what the outcome would be, it had nothing to do with him. He had returned with a great haul this time. Close to 180,000 Dowlord-level beast corpses, which is equivalent to 180,000 military merits. I should be able to exchange them for something good. Of course, the most important thing is still the experience points. Eternal experience points, 93,664 yuan. Jiang Xi believed that this amount of experience points should be enough for him to use for a long time. Whoosh! Immediately after, when Jiang Xi was far enough away from the Kangming mountain range, he took out a rank 7 flying treasure and rushed back to the White Flame Army camp. Half a month later, I'm finally here. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. It was Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi looked at the boundless military camp in the distance, a smile on his face. Looking down, he could see a long line of tribal warriors and beasts. They were all preparing to join the army. A year ago, he was also one of them. Now, he had completed a disaster-level mission. Just as Jiang Xi returned to the military camp, outside the White Flame Army camp, there was a place where space was distorted. There were a large number of space vortexes here, all created by the Eternal Supreme of the army. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost every moment, a large number of warriors flew out from different space vortexes. Let's go. This mission is quite simple. Once we're done, we'll have 10,000 years of leisure time. Haha, it's wonderful just thinking about it. Sigh, our next mission will be a reincarnation level mission. I wonder how many of our team will survive. I hope we can earn more military merits this time and then exchange them for stronger life-saving items at the military supply hall to survive the reincarnation level mission. Groups of warriors, some relaxed, some serious, and some worried, left the military camp from the various space vortexes. The White Flame Army was very large, and there were warriors leaving the camp at every moment. At this time, there was an ancient and thick tree a little further away from these space vortexes. On a branch of the tree, there stood an ordinary-looking Dowlord warrior with 8 arms. I've been ordered by the Supreme to join the army. Although I have military missions, I haven't been carrying out any missions. Instead, I've been waiting here. It's been so long, but I haven't seen Dowlord Mountain and Sea even once. The 8-armed Dowlord warrior was anxious. At the same time, he was constantly observing those space vortexes. Dowlord Mountain and Sea is powerful, but so what? Even if he can cultivate to eternity, the most he can do is add another Holy Land universe to the Chaos Sea. He can't threaten my great sky Holy Land. He couldn't understand. Once a Holy Land is formed, it will exist for eternity. My great sky Holy Land doesn't have to fear any experts. I don't know why the Supreme values Downlord Mountain and Sea so much. Even when we reached the Dream Origin sector, he ordered us to immediately find out the whereabouts of Downlord Mountain and Sea. The 8-armed Downlord warrior sighed. Although he didn't understand, this was the Supreme's order. He had to carry it out. The primordial realm's chaos sea was boundless and mysterious. Endless chaotic grey mist poured down from the abyssal fissures in the endless void, flowing into this boundless space and converging into an ocean-like world. At this moment, one of the two Holy Land universes, the Great Sky Holy Land, in a shrine in the Great Hammer Divine World. You still haven't found any traces of Jiang Ci? Jun Tian Supreme's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. The 4 figures kneeling below him were nervous. Supreme, according to your orders, we joined the 4 armies of the Dream Origin sector and have been guarding the space whirlpools of each army, but after so long, we still haven't found any traces of Downlord Mountain and Sea. Supreme, could it be that Downlord Mountain and Sea hasn't joined the army? The 4 Downlords knelt there and asked. Since he's also involved in the Dream Origin sector, with his experience and strength, he can quickly rise and even make a name for himself in the Dream Origin sector. Jun Tian Supreme looked at the 4 figures below him and said indifferently. Not only do the 4 of you have to guard the space whirlpools of the army camp, but you also have to gather information frequently. Once he becomes famous, you'll be able to find him easily. Yes. The 4 Downlords replied respectfully. Supreme, then our army's mission. One of the 8-armed Downlords couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. After some time, I'll send another batch of experts from the Holy Land over. Once they join the army, you can take turns to complete the mission, Jun Tian Supreme said. Understood. Now, the 4 Downlords felt reassured. They then left the shrine. Only the blurry figure of Jun Tian Supreme was left in the shrine. Only his grey eyes could be seen clearly, but they were filled with coldness at this moment. I thought I couldn't do anything to you, but I didn't expect a magical world like the Dream Origin sector to appear in the Chaos Sea. There are too many ways to deal with you there. Don't blame me, Jiang Ci. You can only blame yourself for obtaining the inheritance of the primordial sector, which is not accepted by the star sector. In the end, there was doubt in his eyes. What kind of existence is the Dream Origin sector? There's actually an ownerless eternal fragment. Even in the star sector and the star sector, this is a legendary thing. Could this be the reason why immortal General Qian Huan went to the depths of the ruins of myriad worlds to investigate? Universe 4, Human Territory. Jiang Ci's avatar and Downlord 9 firmaments met again. Master, I just completed the army's disaster level mission and obtained a lot of military merits, Jiang Ci said with a smile. After completing this mission, I'll be safe for a long time. I'll try to figure out the mystery of the Dream Origin sector as soon as possible. No matter what, you must take care of your own safety. Downlord 9 firmaments reminded, you're the first human to enter, so your responsibility is the heaviest now. All the forces in the Chaos Sea of the Primordial Sector are focused on the Dream Origin sector, hoping to obtain opportunities from it. However, the dangers involved are also obvious. Jiang Ci nodded. In the Dream Origin sector, one would die if they were careless. Even Downlords would become extremely ordinary in that place. In the great battle he had just experienced, Downlord warriors were reduced to cannon fodder. However, with such great danger, it also meant that there was a great opportunity. In the vast Chaos Sea of the Primordial sector, there were only 2 Eternal Supremes. But there were countless Eternal Supremes in the Dream Origin sector. There were no restrictions of Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws. There were inheritances that could cultivate eternity, supreme treasures that were at least tier 7, and even ownerless eternal shard. Especially the eternal shards. As more and more experts joined the army in Chaos Sea, many forces knew of the existence of the eternal shards. Under such great temptations, the major forces in Chaos Sea lost interest in the original 3 perilous lands. Almost all of them sent a certain number of experts to explore the Dream Origin sector. Master, there's another piece of good news. I've obtained many supreme treasures from the Qingyuan clan in the Myriad World ruins. This time, I should be able to get some supreme treasures from an eternal supremacy's child in the Dream Origin sector. When the time comes, I'll make a trip out and return the supreme treasures, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments was overjoyed when he heard this. These were the foundation of the human race. The Dream Origin sector was the most important battlefield for the major forces in Chaos Sea. Everyone was competing there. The fourth universe was the foundation of the human race. Only when the human race's territory expanded and there were more and more geniuses in the race would the number of experts increase. Only then could the human race in the fourth universe be comparable to the other two Holy Land universes, or even surpass them. Although his main body was exploring the Dream Origin sector, Jiang Ci's avatar was still communicating with Dao Lord Nine Firmaments frequently. He was also aware of the situation in Chaos Sea. The current Chaos Sea was unusually calm. Clearly, everyone was watching the Dream Origin sector. At the White Flame Legion's camp by the lake of the Great Yang Army not long after Jiang Ci returned, Tu Itachi returned as well. Mountain Sea, Mountain Sea. Tu Itachi's huge 8-hooved body had shrunk to a meter long. He followed behind Jiang Ci attentively. I've prepared the treasures. Give me a portion. You're ready? Jiang Ci glanced at him lightly. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll go to the quartermaster hall first. When I return, we'll have a good talk. Tu Itachi's expression froze. Jiang Ci would definitely know the value of some treasures if he went to the quartermaster hall. He would most likely extort him ruthlessly. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to argue with Jiang Ci. In the end, he smiled apologetically and said, all right. I'll wait for you to return from the quartermaster hall. However, don't hand over all the corpses. You must leave me a portion. He was most worried about Mountain Sea. If Mountain Sea took out all the beasts' corpses to exchange for military credits, he could only wait for death. Don't worry. Jiang Ci smiled and nodded. Then, he left the camp by the lake and rushed to the quartermaster hall. Chapter 666. The Great Yang Army's lake camp was quite a distance away from the quartermaster hall. However, Jiang Ci did not feel pressured at all. He flew leisurely for 7 days before he arrived at the quartermaster hall. When he saw the towering and ancient hall, Jiang Ci was filled with anticipation. According to the rules, I'm qualified to exchange for treasures in the quartermaster hall before and after I accept a mission. However, once I accept a mission, I won't be qualified to exchange for treasures before I complete the mission. Jiang Ci recalled the military rules he had read before he stepped into the hall. Swoosh! Time and space instantly changed. It was as though he had entered another world. This was a vast and real world. Many warriors were scattered around. There was a golden figure in front of each of them. Turning the void into reality. Jiang Ci was shocked. He immediately understood this was the eternal spacetime created by the eternal paragon of the army. The quartermaster hall was the entrance to this eternal spacetime. It's similar to the Skyspan Mountain and River painting. However, the world inside the Skyspan Mountain and River painting is illusory while this is real. Jiang Ci made a comparison. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden figure materialized out of thin air and descended before Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci's expression was calm. He studied the golden figure before him, but he could not see it clearly. Warrior of the Great Yang Army, you're on a mission. You're not qualified to exchange for anything in the quartermaster hall, the golden figure said. I've completed my mission. Jiang Ci waved his arm. Boom! In an instant, huge corpses of Dao Lord level beasts appeared out of thin air. They piled up into a mountain of corpses that spanned 1,000,000 kilometers and was at least 10 million kilometers tall. Such a huge commotion startled the other warriors in the distance, and they all looked at River Word in shock. They had never seen anyone submit a mission in such a manner. Whiz! The golden figure's eyes shone with golden light that shrouded the terrifying mountain of corpses. Then, he nodded slightly. Indeed, these are Dao Lord level beasts from Kangming Mountain Range. There are 168,541 corpses in total. That's equivalent to 168,541 military merits. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He could tell if they were from Kangming mountain range with a simple inspection. It seemed that the army had a strong control over the entire Dream Origin realm. State your request. The golden figure looked at Jiang Xi. You can use these military credits to exchange for inheritances, supreme treasures, eternal fragments, and other treasures on the list. This is the list. The golden figure waved his hand again. 3 scrolls appeared in mid-air. After they were unfolded, dense information appeared on them. With a sweep of his gaze, Riverward saw many tempting inheritances and treasures. On the first scroll, the secret technique Blood Kingdom can increase one's strength by 40 times. It requires 1,000,000 military credits. Jiang Xi was very surprised. Not only was he surprised by the 1,000,000 military credits required, but he was also surprised by the multiplier. This was almost half the effect of the first stage of the 8 Clouds legacy. Of course, this kind of inheritance could only be exchanged for by warriors from special armies. Ordinary armies were not qualified. In addition, there were many other cheap inheritances, such as 5,000 military merits, 10,000 military merits, and so on. However, Jiang Xi didn't care about these at all. On the second scroll, 7th level supreme treasures, the lowest is 10,000 military merits, the highest is 100,000 military merits. The most expensive is the primordial spirit type. 8th level supreme treasures, the lowest is 100,000 military merits, the highest is 1,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by special armies. 9th level supreme treasures, the lowest is 1,000,000 military merits, the highest is 10,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by special armies. Jiang Xi looked at them one by one and felt that it was crazy. 8th level and 9th level supreme treasures were clearly marked. However, at the back of these 2 treasures, there was a restriction that only special armies could exchange for them. He continued to read on expectantly. Eternal supreme treasures, the lowest is 100,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by elites. Immortal general supreme treasures, the lowest is 1,000,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by elites. Phew. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Sure enough, there were 10th level and 11th level supreme treasures in this world, which were eternal supreme treasures and immortal general supreme treasures. However, what kind of existence was the elite? Jiang Xi was puzzled. This was the first time he heard of this term in the Dream Origin realm. I want to know more about the elite. Jiang Xi looked at the golden figure in front of him. 10,000 military merits, the golden figure said. Fuck. Jiang Xi stared at him. So ruthless. The disaster-level mission of the 3rd Squad required only 10,000 military merit. It seemed that this was really important information. Change it. Jiang Xi did not hesitate. Whoosh. The golden figure waved his hand and a scroll appeared in front of Jiang Xi. There were shining runes on it, recording secret information. Elite. Jiang Xi looked at it seriously and soon understood the meaning of this term. If the Tao Lords, Celestial Masters, and Eternal Supremes in the Dream Origin realm were outstanding enough to reach the limit of each level, they were qualified to enter the elite of each level. Of course, they were only qualified. This was a kind of honor and also represented status. Once they entered the elite, their status in the Dream Origin realm would be elevated to a higher level. For example, Celestial Masters in the elite were comparable to Eternal Supremes in status. And Eternal Supremes in the elite were comparable to Chaos Origin Immortal Generals in the 4 armies. However, the conditions to enter the elite were very strict. The lower the level, the higher the difficulty. For countless years, there were only a few experts who could enter the elite. For example, Celestial Masters. Since His Majesty the Deity King disappeared, no Celestial Masters could enter the elite. As for the more difficult Tao Lord level, since the Dream Origin realm was created, not a single Tao Lord could become an elite. However, despite the high difficulty and harsh conditions every 10,000 years, many warriors in the Shield Mountain Army, White Flame Army, STYX River Army, and Green Wind Army would try their best to enter the elite. Jiang Ci finished reading and frowned. Trying to enter the elite, could it be? He looked at the golden figure in front of him and asked, "Is there a mission to enter the elite?" "Yes," the golden figure said. "What mission?" Jiang Ci asked. If possible, he would like to give it a try for the Eternal Supremes and Immortal General Supremes. If he really entered the elite, he would be qualified to exchange for them. As for the difficulty, Jiang Ci was confident in himself. After all, he was 8 Clouds' inheritor and had a godly king's inheritance. Warrior of the Great Yang Army, you're a Tao Lord. If you want to enter the elite, there are 2 paths, the golden figure continued. River Word hurriedly listened carefully. The first path has 2 conditions. As long as you meet them, the 4 great generals will come and verify it. Once you pass, you'll enter the elite. First, you must reach the limit of a Tao Lord. This limit includes your body, nascent divinity, and Grotto Heaven World, the golden figure said. Jiang Ci nodded. He had met this condition, especially the Grotto Heaven World. The limit of a Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven World was 10 billion light-years in diameter. He had reached it with the help of the Eternal Shard. The Dream Origin Realm also had Grotto Heaven Worlds and universes. However, their Grotto Heaven Worlds and universes were in the origin of the Dream Origin Realm. Although they existed, they could not enter them. The second is to deduce the Heavenly King chart. You must deduce all 36,000 transformations of the Heavenly King chart within 30,000 years. If you meet these 2 conditions, you'll enter the elite. Moreover, you'll have many privileges in the Dream Origin Realm. Your status will be higher than ordinary elites. You'll be on par with the 4 great generals, the golden figure said in one breath. Riverword's eyes widened when he heard this. He was truly stunned. The first thing that shocked him was that the Dream Origin Realm knew about the Heavenly King chart. This meant that this place was related to the Primordial Realm. The second thing that shocked him was that the condition was too crazy. Deduce all 36,000 transformations of the Heavenly King chart within 30,000 years. When he received 8 Clouds' inheritance, he only managed to deduce close to 20,000 transformations. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to deduce the Heavenly King chart. The time required would also increase by leaps and bounds. Even now, Jiang Ci was not confident that he could deduce all 36,000 transformations in 30,000 years through the experience panel. Who set this condition? Jiang Ci could not help but ask. The great deity king set it himself, the golden figure said. Jiang Ci took a deep breath. Through this, he had a vague intuition the deity king of the Dream Origin Realm seemed to be stronger than the 8 Clouds deity king who left behind 8 Clouds' inheritance. In other words, he was even crazier. At the same time, he also understood that it was impossible for him to enter the elite ranks through this path. Didn't you say that there were 2 paths? Jiang Ci asked again. The deity king knew that the first path was too difficult. Therefore, he left behind the second path, which is relatively easier, the golden figure said coldly. The second path is the elite mission. Any Tao Lord warrior can apply for it. When the mission starts, you'll know the content of the mission and complete it. Once you complete it, you'll also enter the elite ranks. However, the treatment and status you'll receive will be slightly worse than the first path. Elite mission. Jiang Ci nodded slightly. He could understand this. The army of the Dream Origin Realm was a competition and selection method to raise venomous insects. The selection process was to train and select the best warriors through missions of various difficulty levels. It was the same for the elite missions. What's the mortality rate? Jiang Ci asked. The elite missions are held once every 10,000 years, the golden figure replied. As long as the Tao Lord warriors of the 4 great armies apply for this mission, they'll complete it together. Under normal circumstances, the mortality rate is about 90%. The remaining 10% can barely survive, but that's all. Up until now, no Tao Lord warrior has ever completed the elite missions. Jiang Ci was speechless. The second path was also difficult. Even if the last 10% could survive, they would still be considered failures. What's the mission content? Jiang Xi asked again. Warrior of the Great Yang Army, you only need to apply for the mission. When the next elite mission starts, you'll know the mission content, the golden figure said. A reminder. You've just joined the army. You should train and improve your strength. It's best if you can go through several reincarnation level missions. It won't be too late to accept the elite missions after that. Jiang Xi nodded. Then, he looked at the third exchange scroll. There were only simple words on it. Eternal Shard, 100 military points per shard, only available for exchange in special armies. Jiang Xi had already known about the Eternal Shards. To him, 100 military points per shard was not as cost-effective as exchanging for supreme treasures. After exchanging 10,000 military points for the information about the elite missions, he still had 158,541 military points left. In other words, he could only exchange for 1,585 Eternal Shards at most. If this were in the past, Jiang Xi would have been tempted. However, after returning from the Kangming mountain range, he had obtained more than 90,000 Eternal EXP. In the end, Jiang Xi chose to exchange for 15 of the cheapest Tier 7 Supreme Treasures. Naturally, his goal was to improve the grade of the Killer Shadow Sword. At the lake camp of the Great Yang Army, on the island that belonged to Jiang Xi, an 8-hooved beast was hovering in the air, looking anxiously into the distance. It was anxiously waiting. Why isn't he back yet? It'll take him half a month to go to the Quartermaster Hall. It's almost been a month. Shanghai, please don't exchange all my corpses for military points. My life is in your hands now. I have many treasures with me. I'm willing to give them all to survive. Tu Itachi kept muttering to himself. He was anxious and worried. Suddenly, his eyes brightened when he saw a figure in the distance. Shanghai. Tu Itachi teleported over enthusiastically. Don't worry. Let's go down and talk. Jiang Xi smiled. All right. Tu Itachi hastily nodded. Jiang Xi flew to the island below. Tu Itachi hastily followed him. This island is well decorated. Tu Itachi looked around. Everything looks natural. It looks simple, but if you look at it carefully, there's a special charm to it. This was set up by the previous warriors. I'm lazy, so nothing has changed. Jiang Xi sat down on a chair in front of the stone house. Tu Itachi was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Yes. You're right. We warriors should focus on cultivating. The external environment is not important. Jiang Xi looked at him with a faint smile. All right, stop flattering me. I can tell you don't know how to do it. Tu Itachi looked embarrassed. He was the child of Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord. He had never had the experience of flattering others before. I'll keep your share for you. 10,000 Dowlord level beast corpses. Jiang Xi smiled. 10,000. Tu Itachi hesitated. Too little. Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. Enough. Tu Itachi's expression was a little uncomfortable. He had collected more than 3,000 corpses himself. However, he understood what Jiang Xi meant. In one word, he was going to be ripped off. If he wanted to trade, he had to take all 10,000 corpses. Otherwise, he could forget about getting a single one. Straightforward. However, whether you can get them depends on your performance. Jiang Xi nodded. What good treasures do you have? Take them out. Tu Itachi was very straightforward. He waved his hand. Shanghai, look. Hua. On the empty ground beside him, an armor treasure covered in blood-red scales appeared out of thin air. It emitted a thick bloody aura. Chapter 667. Tu Shi brought out an armor treasure that was covered in blood-red scales. At the same time, he said, "This is the grade 7 armor treasure I wore before I joined the army. It's slightly better than the standard armor of the Great Yang Army." As he spoke, he observed Jiang Xi's expression. However, Jiang Xi's expression did not change at all. He was calm. When Tu Itachi saw this, he was not surprised. Normally, the corpses were worthless. However, these 10,000 corpses represented a chance of survival. It was impossible for him to exchange a 7th-tier defensive treasure for his life. This is a grade 7 flying treasure that my brother gave me when I left the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. Tu Itachi gritted his teeth. Clearly, this treasure was very valuable. Swoosh! An ancient golden flying boat landed at the side. Jiang Xi only glanced at it. His expression did not change. When Tu Itachi saw Jiang Xi's reaction, he immediately became anxious and hurriedly reminded him, "This is a very special grade 7 flying treasure. It has the special ability to tear through space. It can break through the space-time shackles of a 3-step heavenly venerable. Its true value surpasses many grade 8 treasures." Jiang Xi was expressionless, but he muttered inwardly, "As I expected, this eternal second generation must have something good on him since he was allowed to roam the world. In terms of value, this grade 7 flying boat is worth more than the grade 7 treasures I have. However, I still have to suppress it a little. This is definitely not his limit." When Tu Itachi saw Jiang Xi's silence, he became even more anxious. "These are the treasures I collected in the Kangming mountain range. They're all here." He waved his hand again, and thousands of treasures below grade 7 appeared beside him. Jiang Xi shook his head. Not enough. He did not believe that the child of an eternal Grand Supreme would only have so few treasures. Even if he was not valued, he was still an eternal second generation. Tu Itachi's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Shanhai, when I came out, I did bring a very valuable treasure with me. I can give this treasure to you, but you have to return the flying boat to me." Jiang Xi smiled. Since Tu Itachi dared to say that, this treasure must be more valuable than the flying boat. "Show it to me." A moment later, the transaction was completed. "Shanhai, I won't disturb you any longer." Tu Itachi left with the 10,000 corpses. He was not dissatisfied. Although he had paid a huge price, he had kept his life. It was nothing to lose the treasures. As long as he was alive, he could find some time to return to the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness and retrieve some treasures. River Word looked into the distance and could not help but shake his head and sigh. As expected of Wilderness Lord Scarlet Swallow's child. The treasures on a Tao Lord like him are comparable to many factions in Chaos Sea. In this transaction, he only had Shanhai's treasures heavenly venerable one time. Shanhai, 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 hi, Shanhai, hi, Shanhai was Shanks was Shanhai, hi, Shanhai. The supreme treasures on him were either too powerful, such as the sky-reaching tower, the 8 Clouds Pavilion, and the 7-layer mountain. Either that, or they were all level 7 and below, but there was no level 8 supreme treasure. 8th stage supreme treasure, purple striped golden wings. It's a special flying supreme treasure. It's best for flying and dodging in close combat. If it's exchanged in the military supply hall, it'll probably cost 1,000,000 military credit. Jiang Xi looked at the pair of golden wings in his hand. There were many purple patterns on them, which looked very mysterious. Although Heavenly Tower's speed is fast, in close combat, Heavenly Tower's speed is useless. With these purple-patterned golden wings, I will be more agile in battle in the future, and my strength will also increase. Next, Jiang Xi began a long period of cultivation. During this trip to the Kangming mountain range, he had obtained a large amount of eternal experience points and a large number of treasures. He could use this opportunity to improve himself. Time flew. On the 8,400th year since Jiang Xi came to Dream Origin Realm, Tuji quietly came to Jiang Xi's island. "Shanhai, did you know? Captain and the others are back." Tuji seemed to be gloating. "Oh, how was it?" Jiang Xi was surprised. After so many years, he had almost forgotten about the group of warriors who were still working hard in the Kangming mountain range. "How could it be? Of course it's tragic." Tuji laughed. "Half of the 3 groups died. Even Quan Zhu died." "Quan Zhu died?" Jiang Xi was even more surprised. Quan Zhu was the leader of the third group of beasts. It shouldn't be difficult for him to gather 10,000 military credits, right? Who knows? It's said that the three groups fought fiercely. Tu Ji sighed. A disaster-level mission shouldn't have caused so many deaths. It seems that the captain was too ruthless and forced Quan Zhu and Cheng Luan to go crazy. After a big battle, Quan Zhu died, and Cheng Luan survived. However, the captain also suffered heavy losses. It's said that his foundation was damaged. Even if he survives this time, he'll probably die in the next mission if he's not careful. Tu Ji had no sympathy for the miserable state of the third group. Instead, he hated the old warriors. Jiang Ci, on the other hand, had the mentality of a bystander. He neither sympathized nor hated them. You can do whatever you want. I'm just a passerby. I hope you'll still be alive when I leave the Dream Origin realm. Jiang Ci shook his head gently. During this period of quiet cultivation, he had applied for an elite mission from the military supply hall. The death rate of this mission was 90%. Any Dao Lord in the Dream Origin realm would be afraid and would consider it. Jiang Ci was very confident. Although he was still a Dao Lord, he was already a third-stage Celestial Master. In the long history of the Dream Origin realm, no Dao Lord could achieve such a leap in strength. Moreover, his strength was not achieved with the help of any treasure. It was his own strength. He looked at the experience panel, cultivation, true body, universe Dao Lord, 900 yuan 900 yuan, doppelganger, universe Dao Lord, 900 yuan 900 yuan, Dao technique sword Dao origin, 10,000 yuan 10,000 yuan, 5 elements origin, 10,000 yuan 10,000 yuan, life origin, 10,000 yuan 10,000 yuan, secret technique mountain sea sword scripture, heavenly Dao scroll, 10,000 yuan 10,000 yuan, 8 lives, 2,586 yuan 30,000 yuan for the third level, cloud annihilation, 3,027 yuan 30,000 yuan for the third level. Cultivation technique, purple cloud sword scripture deduction, 1 million experience points per time conversion, 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points, 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point, 1,841 trillion eternal experience point, 29202 yuan. The panel had changed a lot. Jiang Ci had successfully deduced 3 origins in the past 8,000 years. He had used the experience points to upgrade all 3 origins to the perfect realm. With such a realm, he could break through to the Celestial Master level at any time. However, he did not choose to break through immediately as he was waiting for the elite mission. In addition, Jiang Ci had upgraded the 2 ultimate skills of the 8 Clouds Legacy to the 3rd level. He might be able to reach the 4th level in a few thousand or 10,000 years. 8 lives, Cloud Annihilation, these 2 ultimate skills target the body and the primordial spirit respectively. Even though I have just entered the 3rd level, the strength of my body has reached the level of a level 8 ultimate treasure, and the strength of my primordial spirit is comparable to that of a 3rd step Celestial Master. With such a foundation, Jiang Ci believed that he could kill a 1st step Celestial Master with 1 punch even if he was barehanded. With such strength, there was no need to fear the elite mission. Time continued to pass. The first 10,000 years of Jiang Ci's stay in the Dream Origin realm passed quickly. Primordial Realm, Chaos Sea, Myriad World Ruins. This huge abyss with a diameter of more than 300 million light-years was still filled with the energy of the fusion of wind and fire. Since the experts of various forces who were wandering in the Myriad World Ruins were drawn into the mysterious Dream Origin realm 10,000 years ago, this place had become the most lively place in the entire Chaos Sea. There were almost 100 forces in the Chaos Sea, and almost all of them had sent their experts into the Dream Origin realm. At the same time, some of them were stationed at the edge of the Myriad World Ruins, paying attention to everything that was happening here. Swoosh, swoosh. From time to time, rays of colorful light would streak across the void and fly into the energy of the fusion of wind and fire. Entering the Dream Origin realm at this moment, a quaint 8-story pavilion flew over. The forces stationed here immediately recognized that it was the core of the inheritance in the 8 Cloud Ruins, the 8 Cloud Pavilion. It's the Mountain Sea Dao Lord. I heard that the Mountain Sea Dao Lord is wandering in the Dream Origin realm. Is it his doppelganger who is controlling this treasure? Although the Mountain Sea Dao Lord is a Dao Lord, he is known as the Invincible Celestial Master. Regardless of whether it's his doppelganger or his doppelganger, we can't provoke him. The forces did not act rashly and allowed the 8-cloud pavilion to stop at the edge of the myriad world ruins. At this moment, in one of the spaces in the 8-cloud pavilion, the Dream Origin realm is full of danger. After you follow me in, I will bring you directly to the camp of the White Flame Army. Then, you will participate in the army selection. You all know the danger of joining the army, so I don't need to say more. After that, everything depends on you. Jiang Xi's doppelganger looked at the experts in front of him. Of course. Mountain Sea Dao Lord, sorry to trouble you. The Dao Lords spoke one after another. Jiang Xi just nodded. The 8-cloud pavilion carried the 8-cloud inheritance. Its value could not be measured simply by the grade of the supreme treasure. Of course, he could not bring it into the Dream Origin realm and had left it in the 4th universe. Now, as his strength increased, both his doppelganger and his doppelganger were not afraid of any experts in the Chaos Sea. Naturally, he could bring the 8-cloud pavilion out boldly. After a while, whoosh, a 9-story tower emerged from the energy of the fusion of wind and fire and stopped in front of the 8-cloud pavilion. It was the Heaven Connecting Tower. Let's go, Jiang Xi ordered. Immediately, the Dao Lords in the human camp left the 8-cloud pavilion and entered the Heaven Connecting Tower. Only Jiang Xi's doppelganger and Dao Lord 9 Clouds were left in the 8-cloud pavilion. Jiang Xi, the 48 Dao Lords in the Dream Origin realm this time are all Dao Lords of other races from the human camp. After all, they are not humans. You just have to lead the way for them from the beginning. As for the future, don't worry too much. You still have to take care of yourself. Dao Lord 9 Clouds reminded. I understand. Jiang Xi smiled. At the same time, the Heaven Connecting Tower did not stop. Jiang Xi's true body led the Dao Lords into the myriad world's ruins again. Not far away, in a pitch-black flying ship, there was a Dao Lord in the form of a strange beast. After seeing this scene, its eyes flashed and it immediately followed into the myriad world's ruins. Sovereign ordered me to wait for the experts of the human camp in the 4th universe. I really did wait, and as Sovereign expected, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord will definitely come out to receive the experts of the human camp. They are too loyal. In this case, as long as I follow closely, I will know the location of the Mountain Sea Dao Lord in the Dream Origin realm. This Dao Lord strange beast came from the Great Sky Sacred Ground. It looked completely different from the Great Sky Race, so very few forces knew that it was an expert of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Because they were hunted by Jiang Xi previously, the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Ground no longer dared to appear in the Chaos Sea openly. They could only let this Dao Lord strange beast monitor the myriad world's ruins. Soon, the black flying ship was sucked into the Dream Origin realm almost at the same time as the Heaven Connecting Tower. However, I lost him. The Dao Lord strange beast in the black flying ship saw the Heaven Connecting Tower teleport away as soon as it entered. It could no longer follow. Although I lost him, this location belongs to the White Flame Army of the Dream Origin realm. Obviously, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord has most likely joined the White Flame Army. Dao Monarch Exotic Beast hurriedly informed the Great Sky Holy Land of this news through his clone. After the experts of the various forces of the Chaos Sea entered the Dream Origin realm, they were like a drop of water entering the vast ocean. They did not cause any commotion at all. After Jiang Xi brought the Dao Lords of the other races to the White Flame Army, he did not ask any more questions and continued his cultivation. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. The White Flame Army's camp, the Great Yang Army's lake camp. Mountain Sea, Mountain Sea. A voice came from outside. Jiang Xi walked out of the stone house and looked up at the sky. He saw the 8-hooved ferocious beast, Tu Weasel, flying rapidly to his island. Mountain Sea, the other warriors are preparing to go on a new mission, Tu Weasel said hurriedly. There are also the 8 new recruits from the past 10,000 years. They will be participating in the mission as well. Let's hurry up and go. Although Jiang Xi had ruthlessly slaughtered him previously, Tu Weasel was still willing to team up with Jiang Xi. This was because he knew that he could survive by following Jiang Xi. 8 new recruits. This number surprised Jiang Xi. The army had a mission period every 10,000 years. The new recruits who joined would have to wait until the mission period began before they would be able to participate in their first mission. However, the Great Yang army was huge. The third squad he was in only had 8 new recruits. It was obvious that they had more recruits than the Great Yang army. The Great Yang army will be assigned many warriors every 10,000 years. Because our squad suffered too many losses in the previous disaster level mission, the higher-ups mainly replenished our squad, Tu Weasel explained. I see. Jiang Xi nodded. However, Tu Weasel, I have to tell you in advance that I won't be going with you this time. You won't be going with us? Tu Weasel was puzzled. However, he was not worried. After the disaster level mission, they would not receive any difficult missions for a long time. I have something to do. Jiang Xi did not explain too much. In the Dream Origin realm, participating in an elite mission was something to brag about. However, it was not necessary for him. Chapter 668. Just like last time, they gathered at the Island of Legacy before the mission began. This time, leader Yin Ji's team was hostile to Jiang Xi. Cheng Luan's team was friendly and their intention to rope him in was obvious. Such an obvious difference in treatment made the 8 new recruits curious about Jiang Xi. Recruits, let me remind you. After River Word arrived at the basic inheritance island, he directly ignored the group of old warriors who had attracted Ji. Instead, he said to the new recruits, Cheng Luan is not bad. You can follow her. As for the captain, if you don't want to die, don't follow him. The 8 new recruits were stunned. Mountain Sea. Yinji shouted coldly with an ugly expression. Did I say something wrong? Jiang Xi looked at him indifferently. All the warriors in the third squad could feel the conflict between Jiang Xi and their leader. The new recruits didn't know what was going on, but the old warriors knew. Last time at the Kangming Mountains, leader Yinji was greedy for Shanhai's military merits. After a round of encirclement, it ended in failure. The conflict between the two parties was thus settled. Except the military mission, Yinji didn't dare to fight with Jiang Xi in the end. He had seen Jiang Xi's strength and his foundation was damaged. Naturally, he didn't want to go against Jiang Xi. He was even a little afraid. The third squad spent almost a day shuttling through the military camp and finally arrived at the Black Mission Hall. Boom! A beam of light enveloped all the warriors in the third squad. The other warriors all received simple missions, but Jiang Xi received an elite mission. The Valley of the Divine King? The place where His Majesty the Divine King lived? Jiang Xi was surprised. The location of the elite mission is there. Mission location, the Valley of the Divine King. Mission details. The Great Divine King left a verdant cloud building in the Valley of the Divine King. The building is 9 floors high. The mission objective is to enter the verdant cloud building and climb the floors. Mission rewards: 1. Leave the verdant cloud building alive and you will receive 100,000 military merits. 2. Reach the 9th floor and you will enter the elite team and enjoy endless benefit. Mission punishment: none. Important reminder, so far, only His Majesty the Deity King has entered the 9th floor of the verdant cloud building. The participants of this mission are all top-notch Downlord warriors from the 4 armies of the Dream Origin realm. The death rate is 90% on average. Please be careful. Verdant Cloud Brothel? Jiang Xi wasn't concerned about the death rate. He was familiar with the name Verdant Cloud. A long time ago, when he was still in the nascent Soul Realm, he had participated in the 9 Realms Genius Tournament of the Dao Alliance. Besides, this Qingyun Road was very similar to the Ling Wan Road in the Yarokai Cave on Earth. That was why he had such a deep impression of him. Of course, this thought only flashed through Jiang Xi's mind, and he didn't think too much about it. After all, in this vast world, there were too many situations with similar names. For example, The name Shanghai could be found in hundreds and thousands of White Flame Army soldiers. Jiang Ci turned his attention back to the mission. Challenging the Verdant Cloud Pavilion might seem simple, but there's no punishment even if you fail. But in fact, an average death rate of 90% is the scariest punishment. Obviously, there was no punishment worse than death. Every Dao Lord warrior who took on an elite mission knew about this death rate. They would definitely prepare many life-saving items in advance. However, there were still so many deaths. One could imagine how dangerous and difficult it was. I can't be careless. Although I still have a clone, even if my main body dies, I won't completely die. However, I still have many important Dharma treasures like the Heavenly Tower and the Sevenfold Mountain. If I lose them all in the Dream Origin realm, it will definitely be a great loss. Jiang Ci thought. This mission is very simple. Captain Yin Ji's voice came from the side. As long as you recruits don't mess around, you can easily pass this mission. Last time, it was a disaster-level mission. We followed our captain and survived. You 8 recruits, hurry up and come over. We are willing to accept you. Hurry up and come over. Yin Ji and the warriors under his command all opened their mouths and shouted. HMPH, follow you? Even if we don't die this time, we will die in the future. Cheng Luan said coldly. She stared at Yin Ji's subordinates and sneered. Haven't you suffered enough? Last time, if Quan Zhu and I didn't join forces and force our captain to abandon you, do you think you can survive? The faces of Yin Ji and his subordinates turned ugly. The 8 recruits also hesitated. I am willing to go with Cheng Luan and the others. 2 Itachi shouted. Jiang Ci, who was studying the elite mission, also turned to look. There were only 2 groups left in the 3rd squad. The captain's group and Cheng Luan's group. Now that 2 Itachi had joined Cheng Luan's group, only the 8 recruits were still hesitating. At this moment, the recruits looked at Jiang Ci. They all felt that the senior warriors of the 3rd squad, be it the captain or Cheng Luan, were somewhat afraid of Jiang Ci. Go with Cheng Luan and the others. At least, Cheng Luan won't abandon you at a critical moment because she doesn't have the strength to travel alone. Jiang Ci smiled. As soon as he said this, one of the 8 recruits who were originally hesitating walked directly towards Cheng Luan. With someone taking the lead, the other recruits followed one after another. Because they also felt that this senior warrior, Shanghai, with a special status, made a lot of sense. In terms of strength, Cheng Luan was not as strong as the captain, and she relied more on her subordinates. Shanghai, you want to be enemies with the captain? Shanghai. Captain Yin Ji's subordinates were furious. Yin Ji didn't speak, only using his eyes to stare at Jiang Ci. Enemies with your captain? Jiang Ci looked at Yin Ji and chuckled. Is he worthy? The warriors instantly glared, and Yin Ji's expression turned ugly. Shanghai, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. 2 Itachi, Cheng Luan, let's go. Jiang Ci smiled and greeted 2 Itachi and Cheng Luan. Then, he directly walked towards the spatial whirlpool beside the Black Mission Hall. Let's go. Let's go. 2 Itachi, Cheng Luan, and the other warriors also flew into the spatial whirlpool. The captain and his subordinates were left behind with gloomy faces. Captain, are we just going to let Shanghai go? Captain, there are less than 10 warriors on our side now, and Cheng Luan has more warriors. If Shanghai makes trouble again, your prestige will be gone. You can't just let him go. Captain, the old warriors all looked at the captain. Yin Ji's eyelids twitched, and he really wanted to slap this group of subordinates to death. Go against Shanghai. He wouldn't even know how he died. Last time in the Kangming mountain range, only he had fought with Shanghai, and he knew Shanghai's strength. He was far from being Shanghai's opponent. Ignore him for now, Yin Ji said coldly. Whoosh. He led the way into the spatial whirlpool, and the other warriors looked at each other, confused. Why would the proud captain be so soft on Shanghai? Was the captain really afraid of Shanghai? Many thoughts appeared in the minds of the old warriors. In an area outside the White Flame Army camp, a large number of spatial whirlpools were gathered here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Batches of warriors appeared from those spatial whirlpools one after another, and then they left on various flying boats and supreme treasures. An 8-armed Dowlord was standing atop an ancient tree not too far away from this region, staring intently at the spatial vortices. There are so many people going out on missions. The 8-armed Dowlord sent a voice transmission. Say, how long do you think we have to keep watching like this? On another tree not far away, there was a warrior in grey armor. He smiled and transmitted his voice. The army has a mission period every 10,000 years. Now that the new mission period has just begun, many small teams have begun to go out and carry out missions. Now is the craziest time of the year. If that Mountain Sea Dowlord Jiangxi wants to leave the camp, it's very likely that he will go out at this time. The Supremes asked the 10 of us to watch the exit of the White Flame Army camp. After 100 years, when the next batch of experts from the Sacred Land arrives, we can go out on missions. At this moment, the 10 Dowlords from the Great Sky Sacred Land were watching the exit of the camp. At this stage, it was the peak period for warriors to leave the camp. The probability of Jiangxi appearing was the highest, so they naturally couldn't be careless. Look, it's the Blue Flame Army. Watch carefully. That's a special legion. It's very likely that Jiangxi is in the special legion. Among the large number of warriors leaving the camp, warriors from the Special Legion would occasionally appear. As time passed, more warriors from the Special Legion appeared one after another. However, the 10 Dowlords from the Great Sky Sacred Land didn't find any trace of Jiangxi. Finally, swoosh! Another group of figures in fiery red armor flew out of one of the spatial whirlpools. It's the Great Yang Army. This is also a Special Legion. Keep an eye on them. The 10 Dowlords from the Great Sky Sacred Land immediately focused their gazes. The group of figures flew out one after another. Each of them was wearing fiery red Great Yang armor. Just from the style of the armor, one could tell the origin of the legion. Mountain Sea, then we'll part ways here. Mountain Sea, are you really not going on a mission with us? Where are you going? Tu Itachi and Cheng Luan both asked. I have something important to do, Jiangxi said with a smile. Since this was just a normal conversation, whether it was Jiangxi, Tu Itachi, or Cheng Luan, none of them used their spiritual senses. When the 10 Dowlords from the Great Sky Sacred Land saw Jiangxi, they didn't realize that this was the Mountain Sea Dowlord they were looking for. This was because in this army, Jiangxi's appearance had changed slightly. He had become more rugged. In addition, he was covered in Great Yang armor and had a helmet that covered most of his face. Therefore, it was impossible to tell that this was Jiangxi at a glance. As Jiangxi and the others spoke, although they were far away and couldn't hear anything, the Dowlords from the Great Sky Sacred Land could easily determine the content of the conversation just by looking at their lip. Mountain Sea? These two words immediately attracted their attention. The target's figure and appearance are similar to that of a human. It's very likely that his Mountain Sea Dowlord Jiangxi. Keep an eye on him. Immediately approach and identify him. Soon, one of the 10 Dowlords from the Great Sky Sacred Land who were monitoring from afar, wearing an ordinary legion's armor, flew directly toward the spatial whirlpool. Swoosh! As there were too many warriors coming and going in the surroundings, how could Jiangxi notice an ordinary warrior? When the ordinary warrior flew past him, oh? Jiangxi frowned slightly and turned to look. 8 arms. He looks very similar to the experts from the Great Sky Sacred Land. His aura is also somewhat similar. What a coincidence. I actually encountered an expert from the Great Sky Sacred Land here. It seems that he should have discovered me. Jiangxi shook his head gently again. So what if he discovered me? In the Dream Origin realm, it's not up to the Great Sky Sacred Land to speak. Jiangxi didn't make a move because this was the Dream Origin realm and not the Chaos Sea. He couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, he didn't take the Great Sky Sacred Land seriously. The rules of the Dream Origin realm were set by the army. Even the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness, which had an eternal Grand Paragon, had to listen to the army's orders obediently. A mere Great Sky Sacred Land was nothing. Let's go. Jiangxi then drove a Class 7 flying ship and quickly tore through the air. When the eight-arms Tao Lord flew past Jiang Xi, he exchanged glances with Jiang Xi. He instantly confirmed. It's Mountain Sea Tao Lord, it's Jiang Xi. Information confirmed. Immediately report to the Supreme. The 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land excitedly sent the news back to the Great Sky Sacred Land. At this moment, the primordial realm's Chaos Sea, the Great Sky Sacred Land universe, the Divine Palace at the core of the Great Hammer Divine World. A blurry figure stood there in midair, and below him were 10 kneeling Tao Lords. Are you sure it's Jiang Xi? Great Sky Supreme asked. Yes, Supreme. It's Jiang Xi. His name in the Dream Origin realm is Mountain Sea, which matches his title of Mountain Sea Tao Lord. Moreover, I personally flew past him and saw half of his face and eyes. They are identical to Jiang Xi's. The eight-arms Tao Lord replied respectfully. Very good. Great Sky Supreme nodded gently. Since we've confirmed that he's a warrior of the Great Yang Army, immediately find out which regiment and which squad he's in. We must find out. Yes. The 10 Tao Lords below immediately responded. This mission was very easy. After all, the number of warriors in the Great Yang Army was limited. Now that they knew Jiang Xi's name in the Dream Origin realm and his appearance, it was easy to find out who he was. After you've found out, there's no need to rush into action, Great Sky Supreme said again. Let's wait for Jiang Xi to return to the camp first before we start the killing. If we start the killing in advance and leak the news, it won't be good if he escapes. We can only wait for him to return to the camp and let him fall into a killing trap with nowhere to run. Yes. The Dream Origin realm was a huge world. In the central region of this world, there was a vast and endless blue ocean. In the middle of the ocean, there was a vast continent. The Godly King Valley was on that continent. After Jiang Xi left the camp, he drove a Class 7 flying ship and constantly teleported and flew in the Dream Origin realm. It took him almost a year to reach the Godly King continent. I'm here. He stood on the flying ship and looked at the vast continent in the blue ocean. What would the place where the Godly King lived be like? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.